Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability, ICMS 2026, organized by the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka in collaboration with Ministry of Environment and the NBSAP Accelerator Partnership Project. This year's conference, held under the theme of Advancing Mangrove Sustainability through Ecological Research, Climate Adaptation, Policy Frameworks, and Technological Innovations, brings together a global network of scientists, researchers, conservationists, policymakers, industry professionals, and community leaders. Over the next few days, we will explore the vital role of mangrove ecosystems, nature's song protectors of our coasts. ICMS 2026 aims to serve as a dynamic platform for sharing groundbreaking research, practical experiences, and policy insights while fostering meaningful dialogue and collaborations among experts and institutions. Together, we hope to pave the way for science-based, community-driven, and policy-supported actions that will secure the future of mangrove ecosystems in Sri Lanka and across the globe. We thank you for your participation and invite you to engage fully in what promises to be an inspiring and impactful conference. At this moment, it is my great honor to warmly welcome all our distinguished guests. We highly value your presence at the ICMS 2026. Let us put our hands together and give a big round of applause for ICMS 2026 Mangroves for Sustainability. As we commence today's proceedings, I kindly request all of you to rise from your seats for the national anthem. Thank you all. Now, I would like to invite our distinguished guest to join us with the ceremonial lighting of the oil lamp. It is my great honor to invite Senior Professor PMC Tilakaratne, the Chief Guest and the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, Guest of Honor, Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Special Guest, Professor Bijoy Nandan, Dean, Faculty of Marine Sciences, Cochin University Science and Technology, former Vice Chancellor, Kannur University, India, Honorary Professor Kathiresan Kandasamy, Conference Chair, and Honorary Professor, Center of Advanced Science Study in Marine Biology, Annamalai University, India. Keynote speaker, Professor L.P. Jayatissa, Department of Life Sciences, NSBM Green University. Senior Professor Shama Veerakon, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies and the Director of Research Unit, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi, Chairman, National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency, NARA. Dr. Amula Rasool, Director, PGIE. Professor V.P.S. Pereira, Dean, Faculty of Natural Sciences. Professor B.S.S. De Silva, Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences. Professor Shamin Wanasinghe, Dean, Faculty of Education. Dr. L.S.K. Udugama, Dean, Faculty of Engineering Technology. Dr. S.M.A.K. Samarakon, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Mr. Janaka Vipulasena, Registrar, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Andra Vikramasinghe, Bursa, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Professor Roshan Pereira, Conference Chair, Department of Plant Sciences, Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Conference Chair and the Director, Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Professor T. Madhivantan, Co-Chair Representative, Department of Botany, Eastern University. Ms. Ranushi Siripala, Technical Advisor, NBSAP Accelerator Partnership. Dr. Sandun Bandara, Conference Secretary, Department of Zoology, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Mihiri Senaviratne, Conference Secretary, Department of Plant Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Ms. Dulmini Herath, Conference Coordinator, Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, the Open University of Sri Lanka. And one author representing authors of this conference to join us to light the oil lamp. Thank you very much. May this light guide us all towards knowledge, collaboration, and impactful environmental solutions. Now, I would like to kindly request the following dignitaries to take their respective seats at the head table. Chief Guest, Senior Professor PMC Tilakaratna, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Guest of Honor, Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment. Honorary Professor Kadiresan Kandasamy, Conference Chair and the Honorary Professor at the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamalai University, India. Keynote Speaker, Professor L.P. Jayatissa, Department of Life Sciences, NSBM Green University. Senior Professor Shama Veerakon, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies and Director of the Research Unit, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi, Chairman, National Aquatic Resources Research and Developmental Agency. Professor Roshan Pereira, Conference Chair, Department of Plant Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Conference Chair and the Director, Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Sandun Bandara, Conference Secretary, Department of Zoology, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Mihiri Senaviratna, Conference Secretary, Department of Plant Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you. To formally commence today's proceedings, it is my honor to invite Dr. Johan Mahagamage, the Conference Chair and the Director of the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka, to deliver the welcome address. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Mahagamage on the podium.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Ayubowan, the Chief Guest and the Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor PMC Tilakaratna, Guest of Honor Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, Conference Chairs, Keynote Speakers, distinguished representatives from the ministries, departments and authorities, members of the diplomatic community, academic and non-academic members, representatives of international and national organizations, panelists, sponsors, media personnel, presenters, authors, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and heartfelt pleasure that I warmly welcome all of you who join physically and virtually to the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability, organized by the Center for Environmental and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka in collaboration with Ministry of Environment and NBSAP Accelerator Partnership. Today marks an important milestone in our collective journey to protect and preserve one of the planet's most valuable and vulnerable ecosystem, mangroves. As the Director of Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka and Chair of this conference, I truly honored to see such a distinguished gathering of scholars, students, scientists, policymakers, community representatives, national and international representatives, stakeholders from across the globe, all united by the shared mission, sustaining mangrove ecosystems for future generations. This year's 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability is held in hybrid mode, bringing together a diverse community of researchers, professionals, and practitioners across the globe. The conference is organized around 7 thematic tracks covering the full spectrum of mangrove-related research and conservation. We are proud to host 85 abstract presentations from local and international studies related to mangroves. Especially this time we have more than 20 international studies. Alongside 14 plenary talks delivered by esteemed experts representing nearly all national universities in the country and international institutes. Let me first welcome and extend our deep appreciation to our Chief Guest, Senior Professor P.M.C. Tilakaratne, Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, for gracing this occasion with your presence and unwavering support. We are deeply grateful, sir. A warm welcome to Guest of Honor, Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, Additional Secretary, Environment Development of the Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, for gracing this occasion with your presence and for your continued commitment towards environment protection and sustainable development. We are deeply honored by your presence, sir. We are privileged to have with us our special guest, Professor Bijoy Nandan, Dean Faculty of Marine Sciences, Cochin University Science and Technology, former Vice Chancellor, Kannur University, India. Your participation reflects growing global commitment towards mangrove conservation, sustainability and international cooperation. We are privileged to have with us Senior Professor Shama Veerakon, Dean Faculty of Graduate Studies and Director of Research Unit of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you for your leadership in strengthening research at the university, madam. We are honored by the presence of Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi, Chairman of National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency, NARA, whose institution is the technical collaborator of this conference. A very special welcome to our esteemed keynote speakers, Honorary Professor Kadiresan Kandasamy, Conference Chair from the Center for Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, India. Professor L.P. Jayatissa, Department of Life Sciences, Faculty of Life Science, NSBM, Green University, Sri Lanka. Your outstanding contributions to marine ecology, marine biodiversity, conservation, and coastal ecosystem management continue to inspire researchers, students, practitioners alike. We look forward to your valuable insights and perspectives, sir. I also pleased to welcome Ms. Ranushi Siripala, Technical Advisor Environmental, NBSAP Accelerator Partnership, UNDP, and Dr. Sivanesan Manoharan, Founder of the Research and Education for Environmental Foundation, India. We are also pleased to welcome the Deans of the Faculties of the Open University of Sri Lanka, our Registrar, Bursa, Librarian, academic and non-academic staff members of the Open University of Sri Lanka. I extend a warm welcome to the Chairman, Additional Secretaries, Directors, Senior Administrative Officers and representatives of ministries, agencies, departments, authorities, research institutions, regulatory agencies whose presence today demonstrate the importance of collaborative action in safeguarding our coastal and mangrove ecosystems. I welcome and extend my sincere thanks to the conference chairs, conference secretaries, conference co-chairs, conference session chairs, session co-chairs, the steering committee members, reviewers, editors, presenters, authors, and participants, as well as our special guests from government organizations, NGOs, industries, and media, and other stakeholders whose presence reflect the diverse support for mangrove sustainability. Let me also recognize with the gratitude the support of our collaborators, Ministry of Environment and NBSAP Acceleration Partnership, and the technical collaborator, the National Aquatic Resource Research Development Agency, NARA, and our generous sponsors who made this conference possible, the Research and Education for Environmental Foundation, India, and Commercial Bank. So ladies and gentlemen, mangrove ecosystem offers us more than scenic beauty. They are lifelines of biodiversity, natural storm barriers, and vital carbon sinks. Yet they face growing threats from pollution, climate change, and unsustainable practices. Through this conference, let us share knowledge, foster collaborations, and strengthen commitments for science-based, community-driven, and policy-supported conservation strategies. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you. Let us work together to ensure that the distinguished ensure that the discussions and outcomes of this conference contribute meaningfully to global effort in mangrove conservation and sustainability. And I also welcome Professor A. Sivakumar, Head of the Marine Biology, Somalian University. So thank you, and I wish you all successful and inspiring conference.
Thank you, Dr. Mahagamagi, for your welcoming words. The Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development at the Open University of Sri Lanka strives to work towards the environmental sustainability in various ways. So let us now see what the center has been doing all this time towards the sustainability of the environment.
Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Committed to advancing environmental knowledge and sustainable development, the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka serves as a center for excellence in education, research, innovation, and community engagement. Through multidisciplinary learning and collaborative partnerships, CESSD is shaping environmentally responsible professionals and promoting sustainable solutions for society. Established in 1998 as the Environmental Studies Unit and transformed into the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development in 2015, the center has continually expanded its role in environmental education, research, consultancy, and community engagement. Through its multidisciplinary Master of Science in Environmental Science program, CESSD provides flexible, high-quality education that combines academic excellence with practical experience. Students participate in laboratory training, field investigations, research projects, seminars, and professional development activities, preparing them to become future environmental professionals. CESSD serves as an international platform for scientific collaboration through its flagship conferences, the International Conference on Mangrove Sustainability and the International Conference on Marine Science and Sustainability. These conferences connect researchers, policymakers, industry professionals, and students to exchange knowledge and develop innovative environmental solutions. Knowledge sharing extends well beyond the classroom. CESSD conducts professional workshops, stakeholder forums, and capacity development. Knowledge sharing extends well beyond the classroom. CESSD conducts professional workshops, stakeholder forums, and capacity building programs covering environmental sustainability, water and sanitation, university rankings, environmental compliance, plastic and waste management, mangrove conservation, and community resilience. Experiential learning is a defining feature of CESSD. Educational visits to mangrove ecosystems, wetlands, environmental industries, and conservation sites provide students with opportunities to connect scientific knowledge with practical environmental management. Committed to creating lasting environmental impact, CESSD actively leads sustainability initiatives through the Less Plastic movement, the I Am EcoSmart program, beach cleanup campaigns, mangrove restoration, environmental awareness campaigns, and the EcoPlus newsletter. Through education, research, innovation, and community engagement, CESSD continues to inspire positive environmental action and empower future generations to build a more sustainable world.
It is with great respect and privilege that I now invite our chief guest, Senior Professor P.M.C. Tilakaratna, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, to address this esteemed gathering.
So very good morning to every one of you. Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies and other all 6 deans of the Open University Sri Lanka, Acting Registrar, Conference Chair Dr. Johan Mahagamage and the Secretary Dr. Mihiri Seneviratna, and keynote speakers. We have 2 keynote speakers today. Honorary Professor Kadiresan Kandasamy from the first conference that you have been here, and again Senior Professor L.P. Jatissa, and Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Environment Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, and all other, and Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi, Chairman Nara, and all other members in the head table, and our professors from the university, all the senior academic staff members, other respected academics and researchers, representatives from the government and other international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to address the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability 2026, jointly organized by the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers for bringing together an exceptional gathering of scientists, researchers, policymakers, conservationists, and development practitioners from around the world. Universities have a fundamental responsibility not only to generate knowledge through research, but also to disseminate scientific findings, foster innovation, and provide international platforms where ideas can be shared and address pressing environmental challenges. This conference is an excellent example of that commitment. It is particularly fitting that this conference is being held in conjunction with World Mangroves Day, observed annually on 26 July in every year. This occasion reminds us of the immense ecological, economic, and social value of mangrove ecosystems and our shared responsibility to protect them for future generations. Mangroves are among the most valuable ecosystems on Earth. They serve as natural barriers against coastal erosion, storm surges, and rising sea levels, while acting as significant carbon sinks that contribute to climate change mitigation. They provide breeding and nursery grounds for numerous fish and bird species, support coastal livelihoods, and sustain fisheries that millions of people depend upon. Their contribution to biodiversity conservation, food security, disaster risk reduction, and the blue economy make them indispensable for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share some world experiences. All around the world, we have witnessed inspiring examples of successful mangrove conservation and restoration. In Indonesia, the world's largest mangrove nation, extensive restoration programs have demonstrated how large-scale ecosystem rehabilitation can strengthen coastal resilience while supporting local communities. Then, the Sundarbans, shared by Bangladesh and India, stand as the world's largest continuous mangrove forest and remarkable example of balancing biodiversity conservation with sustainable livelihoods. Likewise, Australia has implemented science-based mangrove management that integrates conservation with coastal planning, while the United Arab Emirates has successfully expanded mangrove plantations as part of its climate action and carbon sequestration initiatives. These examples demonstrate that when scientific research, sound policy, and community participation work together, remarkable progress can be achieved. In Sri Lanka is also blessed with unique mangrove ecosystems that provide invaluable ecological services to our coastal communities. Although relatively small in extent, our mangroves are exceptionally rich in biodiversity and play a critical role in protecting our coastal lines while supporting fisheries and local livelihoods. However, these fragile ecosystems continue to face increasing threats from climate change, coastal development, pollution, and unsustainable resource use. Addressing these challenges requires evidence-based policy making, effective governance, community engagement, and continuous scientific research. Of course, our Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development continuously engage in this, what is known as this continuous scientific research, as well as a lot of community projects. In this regard, I commend the Ministry of Environment and the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of my own university for demonstrating leadership in organizing important international conferences like this. It provides valuable platform for exchanging knowledge, strengthening international collaboration, and showcasing innovative research that can guide future conservation and management strategies. We need strategies. So we have been doing a lot of activities, but this nature of conferences, of course, disseminating knowledge required to again unlearn and that again relook in a different that perspective for the problem. Therefore, I sincerely hope that the findings presented during this conference will extend beyond academic publications and contribute meaningfully to national and regional decision making. The research outcomes should support policymakers, conservation agencies, and development practitioners in formulating effective administrative, management, and conservation strategies. Equally importantly, they should enhance our understanding of the challenges facing mangrove ecosystems and strengthen collaborative regional and global efforts to conserve and restore these critical coastal habitats. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to all the researchers who have chosen the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability 2026 to present and publish their valuable research. My heartfelt thanks also goes to the distinguished keynote speakers and plenary speakers, reviewers of the research papers, collaborators, sponsors, partner other institutions, and every participant for their invaluable contributions. I extend my special appreciation to the organizing committee of the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka for their dedication, commitment, and hard work in organizing this international conference. Your efforts will undoubtedly contribute to advancing scientific knowledge and inspiring stronger global action for the sustainable management, conservation, and restoration of these unique, fragile, and invaluable ecosystems. I wish you all a highly productive conference, fruitful discussions, and lasting collaborations that will contribute to a more sustainable future for mangroves and for our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and insightful words. It is now my great honor to invite our guest of honor, Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, to address this esteemed gathering.
Senior Professor PMC Tilakaratna, Chief Guest of the conference and Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, esteemed dignitaries of the head table, deans of faculties, heads of department of the Open University, distinguished guests, participants, eminent scientists and researchers, representative of international organizations and development partners, policymakers, practitioners, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you today at the opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability 2026, organized by the Open University of Sri Lanka and the Ministry of Environment in collaboration with the MBSAP Accelerator Partnership in commemoration of World Mangrove Day 2026. It is on 26 July. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers, partners, sponsors, researchers, and all the participants who have contributed their time, expertise, and also dedication to make this important international gathering possible. Mangrove ecosystems are among the most remarkable natural assets found along the coastline. Despite occupying only a small fraction of Earth's surface, they provide extraordinary ecological, economics, and social benefits. They protect coastal communities from erosion, storm surge, and extreme weather events, support fisheries and food security, conserve biodiversity, and sustain the livelihoods of millions of people around the world. Today, mangroves have gained mangroves have gained even greater global recognition due to their exceptional ability to capture and store carbon, making them one of the most efficient natural climate solutions available to humanity. As nations strive to achieve their climate commitments under the Paris Agreement and implement nature-based solutions for resilience and adaptation, mangrove conservation have become an environmental, economic, and developmental priority. Sri Lanka, as an island nation, blessed with rich coastal and marine ecosystems, fully recognizes the importance of conserving and restoring mangrove habitats. Over the years, Sri Lanka has demonstrated strong commitment through policy development, restoration programs, scientific research, and community-based conservation initiatives. The adoption of the National Policy on Conservation and Sustainable Utilization of Mangrove Ecosystems, along with numerous restoration efforts undertaken by the government agencies, academia, private sector, civil society organizations, and local communities, reflect this commitment. However, despite these achievements, significant challenges remain: coastal development pressures, habitat degradation, coastal pollution, climate change, unsustainable resource use continue to threaten mangrove ecosystems both in Sri Lanka and globally. Addressing these challenges requires not only sound science, but also effective governance, innovative financing mechanisms, and strong partnerships among governments, researchers, communities, and the private sector. This conference provides an excellent platform to strengthen these partnerships and to bridge the gaps between science, policy, and practice. The exchange of research findings, innovative restoration techniques, technological advancements, and field experiences during this conference will undoubtedly continue to evidence-based decision-making and more effective conservation strategies. I am particularly pleased to note that the participation of researchers and experts from diverse disciplines and countries. Environmental challenges don't recognize national boundaries, and neither should our solutions. International cooperation and knowledge sharing are essential if we are to secure a sustainable future for our coastal ecosystems and communities that depend upon them. I would also like to acknowledge the valuable support provided by the MBSAP Accelerator Partnership in promoting biodiversity conservation and facilitating collaborative action for nature-based solutions. Such partnerships are increasingly important in mobilizing resources, strengthening capacities, and accelerating implementation on the ground. As we commemorate World Mangrove Day 2026, let us remember that mangrove conservation is not solely an environmental responsibility. It is an investment in climate resilience, food security, disaster reduction, sustainable livelihoods, and the well-being of future generations as well. I encourage all the participants to make full use of this opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue, establish new collaborations, and generate practical recommendations that can contribute to stronger mangrove conservation efforts worldwide. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka, I convey my sincere appreciation to all authors, reviewers, members of the organizing committee, sponsors, and participants, researchers, for your valuable contribution to this conference. I wish the 4th International Conference on Mangrove for Sustainability every success and hope that the discussions and partnerships formed here will inspire collective action and lasting commitment towards protecting and restoring mangrove ecosystem for a more resilient, prosperous, and sustainable future. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jayatunga, for your valuable words. Now, it is the time to take a moment to appreciate the beauty of Sri Lankan culture and heritage, something a little bit out of science. So we are delighted to present a cultural performance by the talented team from the Faculty of Education at the Open University of Sri Lanka under the guidance of Dr. Ayomi Irugal Bandara. Please join us in celebrating this inspiring performance by our own students from the Faculty of Education.
nature's world of wonder.
Thank you very much for that mesmerizing performance. Now, with great pleasure, I would like to invite Ms. Ranoshi Siripala, Technical Advisor, NBSAP Accelerator Partnership, to address the gathering.
The chief guest, the guest of honor, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's a great honor for me to address this distinguished gathering today, representing NBSAP Accelerator Partnership, which is a country-led initiative that supports the member countries for the implementation of National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. The partnership is a collaboration between the Secretariat of Convention on Biological Diversity, United Nations Environmental Programme, and United Nations Development Programme. Today, I will briefly focus on one key idea which was interesting for us to collaborate with this international conference to rethink how we could move from commitment to the implementation using advanced research findings. Sri Lanka is currently strengthening the implementation of its national biodiversity strategies and action plan. Like many other countries, we face a common challenge that there is a lot of knowledge and commitment, but connecting that knowledge to real action on the ground is not always easy. This is where the NBSAP Accelerator Partnership plays an important role by being a catalyst for connecting policy needs, scientific expertise, and implementation support. It is designed to help countries accelerating progress towards national and global commitments and targets. Our collaboration with this symposium is very intentional. We see this platform more than a scientific gathering. It is an opportunity to connect with the academic research community in Sri Lanka and other countries directly with national priorities and global commitments, as this international symposium would synthesize two very important knowledge products as outputs. First, it will summarize all the disseminated research findings to direct the decision makers, while it simplifies the research findings into a public oriented messages to transfer this scientific knowledge into public language. There are three simple messages I would like to highlight. First, the evidence matters. The good decisions depend on good science. Engaging researchers ensures that policies and actions are grounded in credible and relevant evidence. Second, the alignment is essential. Research should not happen in isolation. It needs to align with national priorities and also support global reporting frameworks and commitments. Third, implementation needs connections. One of the key features of the NBSAP Accelerator Partnership is its matchmaking mechanism, which helps connect with needful expertise, funding, and partnerships to turn ideas into real implementable actions. This is especially important for countries like us, where capacity exists, but coordination is often the missing link. So, our message is simple. We are not just looking for more research, We are looking for relevant, connected, and actionable knowledge. And that is why this partnership with the symposium is important to bring science, policy, and practice into the space. As we move forward, I invite all of you to engage with this process to align your work with national priorities, explore collaboration opportunities, and contribute to implementation. Because in the end, the success will not be measured by what we discuss, but by what we deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ranoshi, for your insightful words. It was indeed thought-provoking. Next, it is my pleasure to invite Senior Professor Shama Veerakon, Dean, the Faculty of Graduate Studies, and the Director of Research Unit, the Open University of Sri Lanka, to address this gathering.
Good morning, everyone, and a special welcome to our online audience. Our chief guest, Senior Professor PMC Tilakaratne, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, our guest of honor, Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi, Chairman NARA, the keynote speakers, Honorary Professor Kathiresan Kandasamy from Annamalai University, India, Professor L.P. Jatissa from NSBM Green University, Ms. Ranoshi Siripala, Technical Advisor, Environmental NBSAP Accelerator Partnerships UNDP, Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Director of the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the OUSL, Deans of the faculties and other staff members of the OUSL, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. As the Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies and the Director of the Research Unit of the Open University of Sri Lanka, it is an absolute pleasure to share a few words about the vibrant and continuously evolving research culture we have cultivated over the years at the Open University of Sri Lanka. At the outset, let me extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Director CESSD, and the entire ICMS 2026 Conference Committee for extending this kind invitation to me today. Like all state universities in Sri Lanka, the OUSL, as the country's premier open distance learning institute, firmly believes in nurturing the potential of its staff members. We pride ourselves on providing ample opportunities for our researchers to engage in cutting-edge inquiry, explore novel ideas, and contribute to innovations that significantly advance national development. Our institutional commitment to research is clearly reflected in an extensively decades-long track records of hosting high-impact academic forums. For the past 23 years, our research unit has proudly organized the annual Open University Research Conferences. This flagship event has evolved into a high-caliber forum, attracting scholars from worldwide, and we are excited to host its next iteration, the International Research Conference of the Open University of Sri Lanka, IRC OUSL 2026, this coming November from 11th to 13th. Similarly, our various faculties of the OUSL and centers continue to push boundaries. The Faculty of Management Studies has successfully hosted the International Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship, ICOM for 3 consecutive years since 2022, with its next edition planned for October 2026. The CESSD has been a powerhouse of activity. Following the success of the International Conference on Mangroves from 2023 through 2025, CESSD also spearheaded the first international conference on marine science and sustainability, and the International Conference on Plastics, Innovations and Environmental Sustainability, with plans to continue the series later this year. The third International Conference on Circular Economy and Sustainable Ecosystems will take place for its 3rd consecutive years in November. In a new milestone, OUSL will host the National Research Symposium on Youth Development in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports this September. These upcoming initiatives build upon our rich history of hosting major global forums, including the 34th Annual Conference of the Asian Association of Open Universities, AAOU, in 2021, and the 4th South Asian International Economic Law Network Conference in 2024, alongside our annual faculty conferences and student symposia. Today, I want to specifically congratulate CESSD for organizing the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability, ICMS 2026, in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment and the NBSAP Accelerator Partnerships, taking place from July 22nd to 25th. ICMS 2026 makes a significant milestone in OUSL's commitment to promoting research on critical environmental issues, and its theme is both timely and globally significant. This conference is particularly vital because it shines much needed spotlights on mangroves. These remarkable coastal ecosystems are far more than just trees. They are vibrant biodiversity hotspots that provide sustainable habitats for a multitude of fish and shellfish species. More critically, mangroves stabilize our shorelines, effectively preventing erosion and acting as natural, resilient barriers that protect our coastal communities from the destructive forces of waves and storms. Furthermore, mangroves serve as massive carbon sinks. They store vast amount of carbon within their biomass and the underlying soil, often far exceeding the capacity per unit area of terrestrial forest. This exceptional carbon sequestration capability is crucial in mitigating the impact of climate change by reducing atmospheric carbon dioxide. Protecting and preserving these ecosystems is not just an environmental imperative. It directly drives progress towards achieving several United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, most notably no poverty, zero hunger, clean water and sanitation, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, and many more. Finally, I extend my warmest congratulations to all the researchers who are presenting their work here. I express my deepest appreciation to the conference organizers, keynote and plenary speakers, reviewers, sponsors, and participants. Your collective contributions make this event a truly significant gathering of minds committed to ecological stewardship. I wish ICMS 2026 great success. Look forward to its continued growth as a leading international forum, and wish all of you a highly productive, intellectually engaging, and stimulating experience over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your words. We wish to inform the audience that one of our esteemed conference chairs, Professor Sevandi Jayakodi, is unable to attend today's ceremony due to her involvement in the convocation proceedings. She has sent her well wishes to the conference. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sanath Tetiarachi, the Chairman, National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency, to address the gathering.
Distinguished guests, organizers, esteemed colleagues, and fellow researchers, I wish you a very good morning. It's a privilege to stand before you today at the 4th International Conference on Mangrove for Sustainability, ICMS 2026. When we look at our coastal landscapes, mangroves are often described as the guardians of our shorelines, but they are far more than a physical barrier against waves and climate shocks. We have experienced this the past tsunami, and we have witnessed the point that I just mentioned. Mangroves are living bridgeheads connecting terrestrial and marine biomes, filtering land-based runoff, sequestering immense amounts of blue carbon, and nurturing delicate aquatic life that sustains coastal livelihoods. As the apex national institute, driven by the mandate to research, develop, and sustainably manage Sri Lanka's aquatic resources, NARA sits directly at the intersection of themes driving this conference. From our living marine resources to our delicate coastal lagoons and estuaries, estuarine ecosystems, NARA's research departments spanning marine biology, chemical and environmental oceanography, socioeconomic analysis, and hydrography work every day to map, monitor, and protect these priceless habitats. Mangrove ecosystems are central to this mandate. They serve as essential nursery grounds for commercially critical fish and crustacean species. Understanding the health, water chemistry, nutrient dynamics, and biodiversity of these systems isn't just an academic exercise for us. It's a matter of national food security, environmental stability, and economic resilience. At ICMS 2026, we discuss advancing mangrove sustainability through ecological research, climate adaptation, policy frameworks, and technological innovation. NARA brings these vital perspectives to the table. So, number one, evidence-based science and chemical and environmental monitoring. Understanding emerging threats such as microplastics, chemical pollution, and altered coastal hydrology requires continuous empirical monitoring. NARA's ongoing environmental assessments provide the ground truth data required to assess ecosystem health and climate vulnerabilities. Number 2 is blue carbon and climate adaptation. Mangroves are heavyweights in carbon storage. Through collaborative research, we aim to accurately quantify blue carbon stocks to help formulate national climate adaptation strategies and support green blue financing mechanisms. Number 3 is community-centered co-management. Conservation cannot happen in isolation from people. NARA emphasizes research that incorporates community livelihoods, empowering local fisherfolk and coastal dwellers as active stewards of mangrove restoration. Ladies and gentlemen, no single agency or university can safeguard our mangrove ecosystems alone. It requires a unified network connecting academia, government research bodies, local communities, and international partners. Conferences like ICMS 2026, hosted by the Open University of Sri Lanka, serve as a catalyst for these very partnerships. Let us leverage the research shared during these technical sessions to inform real-world policies, drive sustainable innovation, and restore degraded coastal habitats. On behalf of NARA, I extend our commitment to collaborating with all of you in turning scientific research into actionable coastal policy and sustainable impact. Let me put forward a message of my own. This may be a personal, on a personal note, but I believe this is what I want to say will be maybe accepted by all of you or maybe controversial. Now, my personal message is do not engage in planting mangroves without scientific basis, or do not plant mangroves at all. Let mangroves alone, they will restore themselves. Unlike any other ecosystem, mangroves are said to be very resilient. So therefore, what mangroves need is just if we are not involved with them, they will grow by themselves. Maybe a little help could be offered. And I thank you, and I wish you all a deeply rewarding conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hettiarachchi, for your valuable and insightful address. A thought-provoking take-home message, I would say. We cordially invite you to enjoy the refreshments arranged out in the lobby. Please take this opportunity to relax and network. We kindly request you to join us by 11:30 as we continue with the next part of the program. Thank you.
and Honorary Professor at the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, India. To do the honors of formally introducing Professor Kathiresan, I now kindly invite Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Conference Chair and Director, Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, the Open University of Sri Lanka, to present his distinguished biography.
Good morning again. Professor K. Kathiresan is a world-class mangrove scientist. He served as Dean and Director of the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, and currently serves as the Honorary Professor. He is also a member of the IUCN Mangrove Specialist Group, South Asia. His most significant scientific accomplishment is the documentation of more than 5,700 species associated with Indian mangrove ecosystems, representing the highest biodiversity record reported from any mangrove ecosystem in the world. He discovered one new mangrove species, namely Rhizophora annamalayana. Professor Kathiresan has an outstanding research record with 568 scientific publications, over 23,000 Google Scholar citations, and an index of 65. He has been consistently recognized among the top 2% scientists worldwide by Stanford University, reflecting the global impact of his research. One of his most influential contributions followed the 2024 Indian Ocean tsunami, when he provided the first scientific evidence demonstrating that mangrove forests act as natural bioshields capable of reducing tsunami impact. His scientific leadership extends beyond research publications. He has successfully completed 22 research projects, supervised 40 PhD scholars, and trained numerous scientists, researchers, coastal resource managers from 28 countries, making a lasting contribution to global capacity building in mangrove conservation and coastal ecosystem management. Floor is yours, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcome Honorary Professor Kathiresan Kandasamy to deliver the keynote address.
What an excellent introduction about me. So that is why I have brought my wife also. Wonderful introduction you have given. Thank you, Johan. Speaking is easy. Listening is very difficult. Because speaking is skill. Listening is an attitude. So I request you all, please sleep. Sleep, but one condition, without snoring. If you snore, it will disturb other people. So without snoring, you listen to my talk. Okay, let me start my topic, mangroves for sustainability. So beautiful brothers, beautiful sisters, beautiful country, every one of you is beautiful. I am also beautiful. More than that, mangroves are beautiful. More than that, mangroves are beautiful. Marvel of nature, ecological wonder, scenic splendor, arching roots, mud dancing fishes, salt vomiting leaves, breathing roots. What an excellent, great, graceful mangrove ecosystems. I love mangroves. More than my wife, I love my mangroves. She is right here. And she is not my wife. That is an actress. Don't mistake. So she's an actress. And I love Sri Lanka. Dean Madam was telling me, why you are coming every time to Sri Lanka? You just buy a house here in Colombo and stay here itself permanently. Very good idea, Madam. Thank you very much. I will stay here. I will take up your suggestion. You know, I love Sri Lanka because Sri Lanka, the world's first nation to protect all its mangrove forests, and the first world's mangrove museum. Hats up to my friend Dr. Anuradha Vikramasinghe. Dr. Anuradha Vikramasinghe, my close friend. He's no more. He's no more. I salute him for all his contribution to Sri Lankan mangroves. Next. And before going that, one among the best universities ever seen in my lifetime is none other than Open University of Sri Lanka. Please give a big hand. The best university. This is the only university conducting International Mangrove Conference 4 years consistently. No other universities in the world, no other centers in the world conducted the international conference exclusively for mangroves consistently for 4 years. This is a remarkable achievement. 5th year, is it possible, Johan? Madam, is it possible? No. She's telling no. But make a record, Guinness record. So like that, I appreciate the Dr. Johan's team, wonderful team, and also the Dean Madam for all the support and encouragement. Let us give a big hand for their effort. Okay, right. So, I am telling you good news. Okay, good news. The good news is mangrove increasing globally. Everybody is telling mangrove is decreasing. No, mangrove is increasing in the world at 1.3% between 2010 and 2023. Happy news. How is it possible? The possibility is natural regeneration and plantation. But which one is most predominant? Natural regeneration. So natural colonization is responsible for the increase in the mangrove cover. Now the question is, then why should we do plantation? Why you are wasting money on plantation? This question will arise. That we will discuss later. Okay. The bad news. The recovery is 1.3%, but the recovery remains fragile, uncertain, because extreme weather events can erase the decades of mangrove developed within few days. Sea level rise or cyclone. Just look at the picture. The South Asia, including Sri Lanka, India, the South Asia itself experienced a drastic decline somewhere between 2018 to 20 in India and Sri Lanka. So this is our commonality. So what I suggest here is very important point. I think NASA director also mentioned this point as his personal matter. This is not personal matter, this is a universal matter. So what I suggest is protect the existing mangrove forests. Protect the existing mangrove forests. Policymakers, please note it down. Protect the existing mangrove forests. Number one, top priority. The second priority is restoring degrading hydrological process to facilitate natural regeneration. Second priority. The last priority, the last option is resorting to plantation. Only when the natural regeneration is insufficient, then you can go for plantation. Otherwise, don't go for plantation. Don't waste money. So top priority should be protecting the existing mangrove forests. It's clear? Okay. So next is shocking news. IUCN, according to IUCN, of the world's mangrove ecosystem provinces will be severely affected by sea level rise. 1/3 of the global mangroves. Then 50% of the mangrove ecosystems are at the risk of collapse. And very shocking news. You just look at it. South India, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives, the world's most threatened mangrove ecosystems are present in these countries. So South India, Sri Lanka and Maldives, most threatened mangrove ecosystems are present. So in these three countries, 83% of the mangrove cover, 83% of mangrove cover could become submerged by 2060 if the sea level rise is 1 meter. This is the terrific situation. We have to focus very seriously on this. Next serious problem is climate change. Climate change has entered a new era. Our entire ocean is a patient with fever. Dengue fever, maybe dengue fever. Our ocean has got a fever. It has become a patient. Wow, how is it possible? Normally, ocean absorbs 90% of the heat trapped by the global greenhouse gases. This heat is redistributed by ocean currents across the globe, maintaining the Earth's climate balance. But unfortunately, this balance is under stress due to slowing ocean circulation. So the ocean circulation is slowed down. Because of that, the heat waves are rapid. Heat waves are rapid. What happened? Now the General Secretary of the United Nations saying that the era of global warming is over. Era of global boiling has begun. This is a warning. This is not a jargon. It is a warning. And a strong El Nino is expected this year 26-27 in Sri Lanka also. So this will lead to prolonged drought, intense heat waves, followed by devastating flood. We are expecting very shortly strong El Nino effect. Are we prepared? How we are prepared for this situation is very important. So mangroves most effective coastal defense systems. 75%, more than 75% of the flood risk reduction with mangroves wider than 500 meters. 500 meters. And more than 66% of the wave energy reduction within 100 meters. Fivefold, the mangroves are cheaper than sea walls per kilometer. And mangroves, global mangroves protect 610 million coastal people. And every year mangroves are saving 15 million human lives from disasters. And saving 65 billion property annually from natural disasters. So this is the potential of mangroves. Well, biodiversity is astonishing, beyond imagination. And globally we have 82 mangrove species. 82 mangrove species. And 16% of mangroves are at the threat of extinction. 40% of the fauna associated with mangroves are at threat of extinction. Can you identify this beautiful picture? Myself only. This is the most beautiful picture ever taken in my lifetime. Even marriage album, I am not beautiful. Here I am beautiful because I am working in mangroves. And what I have done is, in India, in mangroves, I compiled all the species so far recorded. And I found 5,747 species present in Indian mangrove ecosystems, the highest record of the world we have made it. So this is the highest record. Why don't you make a compilation for Sri Lanka also? Some of you. I think Buddhiga is here, all giants are there. Yes. And our Prasanna is here. Giants are there. Why don't you compile all the name of the species? Okay? Next time we will expect that. Okay, right. So this is very, very important. In Singapore, small mangroves, 3,000 insect species. See the biodiversity. Small Singapore mangroves, 3,000 insect species. In Sri Lanka, 21 mangrove species. But 9 species are at danger. Vinod said 9 species. And these 9 species we have to save. We have to save these 9 species in Sri Lanka. We need a species recovery program exclusively for these 9 species. Let us start with this species recovery program in Sri Lanka for mangroves. Well, my dear friends, biodiversity is very important. Biodiversity gives rise to ecosystem process. Biodiversity gives rise to ecosystem process like productivity, nutrient cycle, carbon sequestration, wave reduction, etc. The ecosystem process gives rise to the ecosystem services. So therefore, the ecosystem services are dependent on the ecosystem process, and the ecosystem process are dependent on biodiversity. So conserving biodiversity is important for the ecosystem services like fishery support, livelihood support, and carbon storage, pollution removal, and coastal protection. So biodiversity conservation is very, very important, and conserving the species and the species recovery, the species at the threat in this country is of great priority. Oh, unfortunate, my friends, and we are all telling that ecosystem services of the global mangroves will be lost within 100 years. Within 100 years. Okay, why it is happening? For every 1% mangrove loss, 2% loss in the fish catches. And the loss of mangrove forest. So luxuriant mangrove, degraded mangrove. The loss of mangrove forest will lead to loss of biodiversity. In Indonesia, it is recorded 20% of the benthic biodiversity is lost due to the loss of mangrove forests. And also the extinction of 4 phyla. And the loss of biodiversity will lead to loss of ecosystem process. And in Indonesia, it is recorded a loss of 80% of microbial decomposition. And the loss of ecosystem process will lead to loss of ecosystem services. Who is going to suffer out of this? People are suffering. Ultimately, it will affect the people dependent on the mangrove ecosystems. So therefore, the conservation is very, very important. Well, can you identify that animal on the top? Dinosaur. Strongest, richest, biggest animal. Dinosaur. The dinosaur and mangroves were born at the same time. But dinosaur disappeared. Mangroves are still surviving. What is the secret behind the mangrove survival? But so long years. It is because of the adaptations. See, you are all very much adapted now, listening to my talk. Some people are opening their eyes, some people are opening their eyes and sleeping. Adaptation. So you are all highly adapted, listening to my talk. So adaptation is very, very important. The adaptation is very important, and the mangroves are an excellent role model for adaptation. And say, for example, it is drinking seawater as Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and separating the salts, and the salts are vomited out through the leaves. What a wonderful mechanism. So this salt-tolerant mechanism is remarkable. The mangroves are adapted to the salts. But even though they are adaptable, some places mangroves are tall. Mangroves are tall like Yogan. But some places mangroves are short like me. Why it is so? Well, some place, even though it is adapted, some places it is tall, other places it is short. Why? Because when the mangroves are taller, the rainfall is very high, and water stress is low. So metabolic energy is spent for the growth, so it is growing taller. So the stunted mangroves, salinity is very high. When the salinity is high, high water stress. When high water stress is there, metabolic energy is spent for asthma regulatory adaptation, not available for growth. So they are stunted. So this is very, very important to understand. And the mangrove is a fish factory. In the fish factory, you know what is happening? Wonderful functioning. You see, mangrove leaves are falling down. I have estimated 8 tons per hectare per year, mangrove litter fall. And this leaf litter is cut by the crabs into small bits. And the leaf bits are decomposed by the microorganisms. So during the decomposition, what is happening? Nitrogen, phosphorus, iron are released. And these are essential for the photosynthesis of phytoplankton. So phytoplankton productivity is increased. Feeding on this, zooplankton productivity is increased. Feeding on the fish productivity is increased. At the same time, the microbial decomposition leads to the decomposed organic matter is called detritus. And the decomposed organic matter detritus has about 40% protein. And this is an excellent food for the juvenile fishes. So ordinary leaves are converted into chicken biryani for the young ones of the fishes. So the young ones of the fishes are benefited. The mangroves serve as a nursery ground, feeding, breeding ground, and 1 hectare of healthy mangrove forest can support nearly 2 tons of fish annually. Annually, 1 hectare of healthy mangrove forest can support 2 tons of fish annually. So what is happening? The mangrove is a fish factory. It's a fish factory, and these are the functions, and we have to protect the function. If you have more litter fall, more bioproductivity. Have you estimated how much of litter falling in our Sri Lankan mangroves? We need more studies. What is the litter fall? More litter fall, more bioproductivity. So we should think in terms of the productivity of the mangrove forests. You see that in Sri Lanka again, you see people are very brilliant. Sri Lankans are very brilliant. You see, without knowing about the science, the local people in Negombo Island, they cut the branches of mangroves and then keeping it brush park technique. So when the leaves are decomposed, they are attracting the fishes. They are collecting the fishes. So in order to increase the fish catch, they are using the brush park technique, mangroves. So what I did was, when you use the mangrove leaves, what is happening? Within 2 weeks' time, 3 times of fishery resources increased in that area. Understand? So this is very, very important. Suppose they are cutting, what will happen? Mangrove will disappear. So I just found, if you cut the lower branches, so pruning, if you do it in the lower branches, it is growing tall. So we have to advise the people to do like this. Then artificial canal. So in India, what we are doing, if it is a barren area, no flushing, nothing, then we are doing the artificial canal like this. When we do the artificial canal, the barren area is flushed with the tidal water. And not only tidal water, the fish resources are increasing and mangrove is restored. And we found the 90% increase in the forest in the degraded area of Pichavaram, that's South India, we have found in our area. And the fish resources increased to 2-fold if you make the artificial canal like this. And sustainable aquaculture. So aquaculture should not be encouraged, but sustainable aquaculture should be encouraged. So in our area, what we have done is, we are using the floating cages. And the floating cages is successfully demonstrated in mangrove waters, okay, by the local people. And crab fattening, best technique successfully demonstrated in India, in mangrove waters. Then now promising one is marine ornamental fish. See, single ornamental shrimp is costing about $25 US. $25 US single piece. See how lucrative it is. So we can go for marine ornamental fish culture in the mangrove waters so that, the livelihood economy of the local people can be improved. So next, integrated farming. Let us integrate the fish, rice, we can integrate it. In addition, we can have poultry, bickery, duckery, everything you can include. Say, for example, you can grow chicks, duck you can grow, and the droppings will enrich the water, and the fish production will be more. Let us integrate the farming, agriculture, aquaculture, and mangrove, duckery, poultry. And the same way, the effluent, the discharges will contain a lot of nutrients. If you grow seaweeds, and the seaweeds will take the nutrients grow, faster. If you have a oyster, and the oysters will remove the nutrients in growing. So that way we have to integrate the farming practices. So mangrove, livelihood and human welfare, fisheries, aquaculture, ecotourism, beekeeping, firewood, timber, halophyte cultivation. Aloe vera successfully demonstrated in Sri Lanka with the IUCN project. Aloe vera successfully demonstrated. Water purification, food and drinks, medicines and nutraceuticals, and your drinks, Kirla drink, very tasty drink extracted from mangroves. Very successfully it is being done. So much of livelihood and human welfare activities are there. Then we have to think in that line of it. So my success story, when I involved I always used to involve my students in mangrove restoration and planting work. When I involved boys, it was totally failure. When I involved my boys and girls, 100% successful. So if you want to make any program successful, involve both boys and girls. Very important, gender equity. So both of them are involved, program is successful. If you concentrate only male, out, only female, not successful. So involve both, it will be successful. See, my student, he is head of the Department of Marine Biology, from Somalia University, is right here. He was also involved in this program. Now that's why he is head of the department. Anyway, this is very important. See, if the people are enjoying life like anything. I will not teach the students inside the classroom, only in the field. If you are coming to the field, 100% mark will be given. Not coming to the field, no mark. So like that, this is another way of attracting students and creating the awareness. You just look at it, a long boating jetty in one place. You see that? This is 1990, the picture was taken. After tsunami, you see, the engineering structure was broken into pieces, but the mangrove structure was not broken. So this is a proof how strong mangroves are, how efficient mangroves are. And it saved thousands of people living behind the mangroves developed by my students. So thousands of people, one particular place I am talking about. The many places we have developed. After the tsunami, next tsunami is expected by 2036. Mind it. Next tsunami 2036. It's not my report. A scientist has given this report. So we saved 1,000 people. After tsunami 2004, the people who were saved by the mangroves developed by my student, they rushed to my department, prostrated in front of me, and crying out by saying, because of the mangrove forest developed by your students, our lives were saved. When they were crying out with tears, I felt as if I got Nobel Prize for the efforts of my students, involvement of my youth in mangrove conservation. So therefore, involve the youth, not old people like me. Involve the youth and both sexes, then it will become successful. This is a success story. Next, mangroves, a climate solution. 3 to 4 times more carbon storage, up to 650 tons blue carbon per hectare, is stored in mangroves. 75% of the carbon is stored below ground and only 25% above. And mangroves store carbon up to 10-meter depth deeper for millions of years. Whereas the terrestrial forest only 30 centimeter depth, only for centuries. Because mangrove soil is free from oxygen. So carbon is stored for a longer period and very efficient. And no forest fire problem with mangroves. And the carbon varies with the species composition, tree density, hydro period, and mangrove types. In Sri Lanka, you have lagoon type of mangroves, deltaic mangroves, riverine mangroves, different types of mangroves. You can work how this carbon storage is different, between this. My friend Perara is here, okay. He has done a lot of work on carbon. You see the variations in relation to hydro period, high tide, low tide, and semi-diurnal, diurnal, and tree density, and like that. So protecting mangroves is cost-effective climate mitigation strategy. The next is Kenya. I think my friend Manoj is going to Kenya tomorrow. The success story is carbon trading, blue carbon trading. The Kenya, one women folk, look at that women, only women. The women, with the help of husbands are useless there. But the women, very shrewd ladies, what they do is, they are conserving mangroves and they are storing carbon, reporting it to the international market, and every year they are getting $75,000 as a revenue. And that money is spent for sanitation, water, education, like that by the women folk. Excellent model. When the blue carbon trading is successful in Kenya, why not in Sri Lanka? So we have to think more about the community-based mangrove carbon projects. And the carbon trading mechanism has to be worked out for this country. So this is my appeal. Next is greenhouse gas. And you see, when the crab holes are many, so wide crab burrows are increasing 70% more carbon dioxide and 49% more methane than the controlled sediment. So we have to check how much of the greenhouse gases are emitted out. If the crab population, the crab burrows are greater, we should look at it. At the same time, we know the methane gas released from the soil. But what about the trees? What about the root? What about after cyclone? So we need more research in this aspect of the methane and CHC. Okay, next, pollution removal. The mangroves are converting the heavy metals into sulfides. And the sulfides are buried deep into the soil. So mangroves are very efficient in pollution removal, very efficiently nitrogen removal. So it is estimated more than 5.5 million ton of nitrogen is removed by global mangroves. And the economic value is $8.7 billion. And this is 12 times greater than carbon credit value. We say carbon credit. But I say the blue nitrogen sequestration has got a tremendous market value in the future. So always don't think about carbon credit. You think about nitrogen credit, blue nitrogen. So please initiate the research on the blue nitrogen sequestration. Okay? Perara, you can concentrate on this aspect. Rosen is a very brilliant chap. New ideas immediately will accept it. So blue nitrogen sequestration. We need to focus more on blue nitrogen sequestration. And then acidification, coastal acidification. When the carbon dioxide excess is dissolved in the water, it will become carbonic acid and the pH will become acidic, acidification. The acidification will corrode the shells. Very dangerous situation. In that context, mangroves are very efficient in solving the problem of acidification. Serious problem. The mangrove waters are losing oxygen, putting the fish nurseries at risk. So we have 700 billion juvenile fishes in the global mangroves. 700 billion juvenile fishes. And 4.1 million fishes are dependent on this. So much of resources. But during low tide, what happened? Less oxygen, high carbon dioxide. High tide, the condition is refreshed. So low tide, high tide, both are very important. During low tide, low oxygen, high carbon dioxide. High tide, this condition is refreshed. But again, it depends upon the hydro period. How long the high tide is taking place, how long low tide is taking place. This study has to be initiated because the warming accelerates the loss of oxygen. Since the oxygen is lost, it is predicted by 2100, 35% oxygen will be reduced and 60% carbon dioxide will be increased. So what are we going to do with that? Juvenile fishes will leave the mangrove forest. Divers, so they will apply for divers because no oxygen. So no more nursery ground, it will go away. So what shall we do? We should protect the water quality, limiting the warming and monitoring the full tidal cycle. Are we concentrating on the tidal cycles of our country? This is very, very important. We should look into that. Finally, just final before that, because we teachers know how to start, we do not know how to stop. Go on, speak, speak, speak. Restoration must be science-based. In Sri Lanka, 1 year, 1 million seedlings. 1 year, 1 million seedlings. Pakistan, 1 day, 1 million seedlings planted. Guinness record. Guinness record, Pakistan made it. 1 day, 1 million seedlings. Sri Lanka, 1 year, 1 million. Whatever it is. Massive planting work. Massive plantation. So will not help the nature. So planting is easy, restoration is difficult. So ignoring hydrology, ignoring soil condition, ignoring tidal flow, ignoring community participation and poor monitoring will not help at all for the plantation work. So we need to have plantation only when the natural regeneration is poor. It's not adequate. Then we can go for plantation. This is my submission. In continuation of Lara, Chief. Next, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Children are our superstar. Children are our future. Are we bothering about children? No. We are talking but not bothering. So future belongs to our children. Create games. Create games. Nature games. Of course, you are conducting a lot of nature games and citizen science program and mangrove festival. This is a scientist festival. But for children, we need to have some national level festivals for children. Yogan, you have to conduct some mangrove festival for children. So this is very important. So next, finally, I want to say a vision for the future. So vision for the future, 4 priorities I want to give. Priority number 1, protect the existing mangrove forests. Protect the existing mangrove forests because prevention of loss is better than restoration. Second, restore the natural hydrology, allowing the nature to regenerate itself. Plantation, only last option, where the natural regeneration is insufficient. Use innovative technologies with community knowledge. Innovative technology, satellite remote sensing, drone survey, AI-based analysis, real-time sensor networks. Then strengthen the financing by carbon market and climate fund. Strengthen the policy, ensure the cooperation among the government scientists, local community and international partners. That's what she also mentioned very nicely. We have the capacity, but we don't have the coordination among the governmental departments. Yes, I agree with you. That is the situation. So finally, man grew. Man cannot be removed from the guru. Man grew. So put the people first. man first for mangroves. Grow mangroves, mangroves will grow fisheries. When fisheries are secure, coastal communities will prosper. When community prosper, conservation becomes permanent. Let us have a vision to see, vigor to act, heart to care, mangroves for ecological sustainability and economic prosperity, and be the best, best of the best, only best, all the best. Please wake up from your sleep. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yogan, for the opportunity given.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Once again, we are privileged to enjoy a vibrant of Sri Lankan culture. For that, we now take great pleasure in presenting a delightful cultural performance by the gifted team of the Faculty of Education at the Open University of Sri Lanka. We invite you to enjoy this artistic expression that reflects spirit and tradition of our nation.
Thank you very much for the mesmerizing performance. Thank you very much for the mesmerizing performance by the students of the Faculty of Education, OUSL. The next item on our program is the official launching of the conference proceeding books. The conference proceedings represent the valuable contributions of researchers and scholars who have shared their research, knowledge, and insights through the international conference. So to begin this special ceremony, I kindly invite Dr. Johan Mahagamage, the conference chair and the director of the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development of the Open University of Sri Lanka, to hand over the conference proceeding books to our esteemed guests. First, I would like to invite our special guest, Professor Bijoy Nandan, Dean, Faculty of Marine Sciences, Cochin University Science and Technology, former Vice Chancellor, Kannur University, India, to receive the proceeding book. Next, I would like to invite Honorary Professor Kathiresan Kandasamy, Conference Chair and Honorary Professor, Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamalai University, India, to receive the conference proceeding book. Next, I would like to invite Professor L.P. Jayatissa, Department of Life Sciences, Faculty of Life Sciences, NSBM Green University, to receive the book. Thank you, Dr. Johan. Next, I kindly invite Professor Roshan Pereira, Conference Chair, to hand over the conference proceeding books to our esteemed guests. Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi, Chairman, National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency. Next, I would like to invite Professor Shama Veerakun, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, the Director of Research Unit, the Open University of Sri Lanka, to receive the conference proceeding book. Next, I would like to invite Professor A. Sivakumar, Head, Marine Biology, Somalian University, Somalia, to receive the conference proceeding book. Thank you very much, Professor Roshan. Next, I kindly invite Dr. Sandun Bandara, Conference Secretary, to hand over the conference proceeding book to Ms. Ranoshi Siripala, Technical Advisor, NBSAP Accelerator Partnership. Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. Next, I kindly invite Dr. Mihiri Senaviratne, Conference Secretary, to hand over the conference proceeding book to Dr. A. Vinodan, Representative, Research and Education for Environmental Foundation, REEF, India. May I kindly invite Dr. Johan Mahagamage to take the place. Thank you, Dr. Han. Next, to hand over the conference proceeding books to the conference co-chairs, I kindly invite the conference chair, Honorary Professor Kadiresan Kandasamy, to hand over the conference proceeding books to the following conference co-chairs. May I kindly invite Professor T. Madhivandan, Department of Botany, Faculty of Science, Eastern University, Sri Lanka. Professor K. A. J. M. Kurupuarachi, Department of Plant Sciences, Faculty of Natural Sciences, The Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. M. G. Manoj Prasanna, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka. Dr. Shamali Veerasekara, National Aquatic Resources and Research and Development Agency, NARA. Dr. Buddhika Madhurapperuma, Department of Plant Sciences, The Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, Professor. Next, to hand over the conference proceeding books to the editorial board members, may I kindly invite Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Editor-in-Chief, to hand over the conference proceeding books. Professor Kadiresan Kandasamy, Annamalai University, India. Professor Roshan Pereira, Open University of Sri Lanka. Professor T. Madhivandan, Eastern University, Sri Lanka. Dr. Buddhika Madhurapperuma, The Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Mihiri Seneviratna, The Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Sandun Bandara, The Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, Dr. Han. Finally, to hand over the conference proceeding books to the language editors, may I kindly invite Professor Roshan Pereira, the conference chair, to hand over the books to language editors. Dr. Anoma Satarasinghe, The Open University of Sri Lanka. Ms. Varuni Senanayaka, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, Professor Roshan. We extend our sincere appreciation to all the distinguished dignitaries, conference chairs, keynote speakers, conference co-chairs, editorial board members, language editors, and everyone who has contributed to the successful preparation of these conference proceedings. Thank you.
We now move on to the presentation of tokens of appreciation. As a gesture of our heartfelt gratitude, we would like to present tokens of appreciation to our distinguished guests in recognition of their valuable presence and contributions to today's event. To begin the presentation of tokens of appreciation, I now invite Senior Professor Shama Veerakorn to kindly do honors for the conference chairs. For this, I would like to warmly invite the following distinguished individuals to the stage. Honorary Professor Katsiriran Kandusamy from the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, India. Professor Roshan Pereira, Conference Chair from the Department of Plant Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Johan Mahanamage, Director of the Center of Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development. Thank you so much, Professor Sharma. We now invite Honorary Professor Katsiriran Kandusamy from the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, India, to kindly present the next tokens of appreciation to the following conference co-chairs. May I kindly invite the above conference co-chairs to join us. Professor T. Mathivantan, Department of Botany, Faculty of Science, Eastern University of Sri Lanka. Professor K.A. James, Kuruparachi, Department of Plant Sciences, Faculty of Natural Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Professor A. Sundaramanikam, Associate Professor, Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, India. Dr. M.J. Manoj Prasanna, Biodiversity Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka. Dr. Shamali Veerasekara, Environmental Studies Division, National Aquatic Resource Research and Development Agency. Dr. Buddhika Marupaperuma, Department of Plant Sciences, Faculty of Natural Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, Professor. We now invite special guest Professor Bijoy Nandan, former Vice Chancellor, Kannur University, India, to kindly present the next tokens of appreciation to our conference secretaries. May I kindly invite Dr. Mihiri Senaviratna, Conference Secretary, Department of Botany, Faculty of Natural Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Sadun Bandara, Conference Secretary, Department of Zoology, Faculty of Natural Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. I would now like to invite Ms. Dulmini Herath, Conference Coordinator, to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Professor. Now I would like to invite Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Director of the Center of Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, to kindly present the token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Honorary Professor Kathirasan Kandasamy from the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, India. Next on our agenda is the keynote address to be delivered by Senior Professor L.P. Jayatissa, Department of Life Sciences, Faculty of Life Science, NSBM Green University. Professor Roshan Pereira from the Department of Plant Science would be introducing Professor Jayatissa.
Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to introduce Professor, Emeritus Professor L.P. Jayatissa, one of the Sri Lanka's foremost environmental scientists and internationally recognized expert in mangrove ecology, coastal ecosystem conservation, and environmental sustainability, and Emeritus Professor at the University of Ruhuna. He has earned his PhD in ecotoxicology from University of Stirling, United Kingdom, or a distinguished career spanning from more than 4 decades. He has published over 135 scientific papers, including 45 in SCI index journals, and supervised numerous postgraduate researchers. His pioneering work on mangrove restoration, blue carbon, biodiversity conservation, and climate change adaptation has significantly advanced scientific knowledge and environment policy. He has led several internationally funded collaborative research projects with leading institutions in Belgium, United Kingdom, France, Malaysia, India, while also serving key academic leadership roles, including Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies and Head of the Department of Botany at the University of Brunei. With this brief introduction, I warmly invite Emeritus Professor L.P. Jayatissa to deliver the second keynote address.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. First of all, I thank the organizing committee for inviting me for this keynote speech. In addition to that, as Professor Kadireshan mentioned, on behalf of the whole university system, actually, I should thank the Open University for conducting only one Mangrove conference in Sri Lanka and continuing since 4 years, and wish you all the best for future progression also. So nearly 2 weeks back, Dr. Mahagamage sent me an email asking the abstract of the presentation. At that time, I did not, I haven't decided on what topic I am going to talk on. So to decide the topic, I thought to get the help from ChatGPT and ask the ChatGPT what are the hot topics going on in Mangrove conferences of overall the world in the last year and two. So it gave me a word cloud highlighting what are the hot topics and what are the minor topics, etc. This is the output, right? It gives the priorities in Mangrove conferences during the last couple of years. You can see, fortunately, as our NARA chairman mentioned, it is not highlighted mangrove planting, replanting. Since 2017, in this type of conferences, I repeat the same thing what Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi mentioned today. What I was telling the same thing in different words. What I said is that actually here, if somebody wants to do replanting of mangroves, they should get permission as same as for cutting mangroves. I mean, normally it is not allowed to cut mangroves without permission. Rarely they may give permission to cut mangroves. In the same way, I mean, people should get, there should be an authority to give permission to carry on replanting. So actually, other thing we can see, what are the, over the emerging topics, I was worried a bit. One of the most important topic is hidden here, mangrove conservation. Has mangrove conservation been neglected in newly emerging areas? Actually, it should not be. One can argue that even under emerging topics, we ultimately emphasize the mangrove conservation. But if we check how many grants has been offered overall the world for mangrove conservation, it could be very low. That is why that problem came to our mind, whether it has been neglected. Actually, you can see this picture. I took it a decade ago. It's a symbol for the. It indicates the requirement. It emphasizes the requirement of mangrove conservation, and it's a symbol for the threat in the past and present. This is stump of Cereus tagal. The larger one has been cut nearly 10 years back. The other one has been cut nearly 1 year ago. You can see the difference. 10 years back, this is the size of mangrove plants harvested or cut for any use. But it has been reduced gradually now. They cut even smaller plants. So that is the pressure on mangrove forests, emphasizing the conservation. So it should not be neglected. It should be given higher priority always. There is a special reason for that actually. It always facing two dangers. What are the two dangers? Mangrove communities always facing two dangers. The higher population density, pressure from higher population density, and pressure from higher poverty. So it is the common situation over all the world. If we get the mangrove distribution in the world, it is exactly overlapped with the highest population density and poverty. These are the two destructive factors destroying mangroves continuously. That is why we have to pay more attention on that. When mangroves face pressure from high population density and poverty without conservation effort, what will happen? The obvious result is a significant reduction in the mangrove cover. Even with conservation measures in place, we cannot employ guards around the clock to patrol and protect mangrove ecosystems. It is unfeasible. Therefore, even under traditional conservation efforts are going on, what is happening? The outcome is cryptic ecological degradation within mangrove ecosystems. This is a new term introduced regarding mangrove conservation by a research paper nearly 10 years back, authored by Nara chairman also, Professor Nath Hettiarachchi. What is cryptic ecological degradation? Actually, even under normal conservation efforts, due to the pressure by higher population and poverty, mangrove ecosystems get converted, mangrove ecosystem get degraded under this special category of degradation, cryptic ecological degradation. it is, cryptic ecological degradation means mangrove associates or minor mangrove species slowly start to dominate a forest which was dominated by true and major mangroves earlier. It's a qualitative degradation, not a quantitative degradation. Quality of the mangrove forest get deteriorated without reducing the spatial extent. As a result, pristine mangroves can be converted to degraded, disturbed mangroves. This process called cryptic ecological degradation. Danger is that it will not reverse naturally. As an example, you can see here a pristine mangrove ecosystem has been converted to a degraded ecosystem. That degradation is cryptic. If you check aerial photographs, there is no reduction of the mangrove cover. Green cover is there. But inside the forest, species composition has been, highly diverse species composition has been reduced or changed, and highly diverse distribution with major mangroves has been converted to a different mangrove forest dominated by minor mangroves. Particularly, the most common one, Exocaria agalocha dominated forests. Then Exocaria agalocha plus Acrosticum aureum dominated forests. There are some other species also contribute to form less valuable mangrove forest, keeping the mangrove cover same without any degradation. So it is a result of human pressure. When there is a conservation laws and effort, they cannot clear mangrove forests and use for other purposes. Instead, they harvest valuable timber, reducing the valuable species, more useful species in terms of economic as well as ecological point of view. So what are the problems with the species and the cryptic species which dominate in forest with cryptic ecological degradation? As I mentioned, the most common one, Exocaria agalocha. You can see this is a lagoon in Sri Lanka just after tsunami. You can see a lot of mangrove trees uprooted by tsunami waves and pushed into the land. Some of them are within the water. Now you can see. So some of them were on the other side of the lagoon inland. I took some photographs. You can see here. Exocaria agalocha. Very low root system. Not roots are not penetrated into deep layers, and over the surface all the root system has been spread because it's a minor mangrove, no serious adaptations to get oxygen into the deeper root system. All the roots spread in low depths, so they cannot withstand against tsunami waves. So, and there is no timber value. There is no any other, I mean, we can't name any mangrove species as useless, but compared to the others, their value is very low. The help given by mangrove species to increase the fish production and even as a, I mean, landing site for birds, etc., it is very minimum or very less when we talk about this type of minor mangroves. So under the cryptic ecological degradation, the mangrove forests get dominated by this type of low value mangroves as a result of continuous exploitation of Rhizophyraceae and other more important mangrove trees. So it is happening everywhere. If you check in Sri Lankan mangroves also, even though we say the mangrove area is increasing or remaining at the same level continuously, this cryptic ecological degradation is taking place continuously as a result of human pressure. What is the solution? Map, first of all, we have to map the mangroves in any country with ground truthing. Actually, unfortunately, even though we now there is a recent paper in 2016 or 17 covered the whole, mapped the whole mangrove community, whole Sri Lanka, mangrove communities of the whole country, and expressed the, I mean, given the mangrove area as nearly 16,000 hectares, so over 16,000 hectares, but only using satellite images, no ground truthing. There may be brackish water wetlands, other wetlands, non-mangrove wetlands also included into that area. In addition to that, even in mangrove areas, the large portion is degraded under this cryptic ecological degradation. Therefore, even though we say it is nearly 20,000 hectares for the country, maybe less than 10,000 if we get the valuable mangrove species in our mangrove cover. So then this, after, now if there are policy makers here, if there are a responsible person, we should give a priority to map the mangroves in Sri Lanka with ground truthing, categorizing mangroves under cryptic ecological degradation, separating brackish water and freshwater wetlands from mangroves, and identifying what are the pristine mangroves. So we have to demarcate such pristine mangroves. Then, after identifying areas with cryptic ecological degradation, we have to restore those areas with cryptic ecological degradation. Even though we should not give permission for replanting, what I am saying for authorities, after mapping and identifying these cryptic ecological degradation areas with that, we can ask them to restore. We can give some areas with cryptic ecological degradation to restore. how can we restore? Actually, it should be researched first. If there is a forest dominated with Exocaria agalocha, how can we, depending on the age of those plants, how can we plant other valuable mangroves underneath that trees, and how can we convert it to a valuable mangrove forest? So it has not been researched up to now. So therefore, if somebody is willing to do research, further research on mangroves, there is a fine opportunity to address this research problem. How can we restore these ecologically degraded areas with areas with cryptic ecological degradation? So therefore, instead of giving priorities for replanting, we should give the priority to restore the areas with cryptic ecological degradation. During that degradation, of course, during that restoration, we can go for sustainable uses of mangroves wherever possible. That is the only way to keep the restored mangroves protected if we introduce sustainable uses with mangroves. So, as I already mentioned, this is the latest publication saying that the total mangrove cover of Sri Lanka, it says the total mangrove cover is 16,615 hectares for the whole country, but I'm sure it is less than that. I mean, the mangrove cover with true mangroves is less than that. Anyway, if we get that area as the total, it is 0.25% of the Sri Lanka's total land area. So anyway, after identifying the areas with cryptic ecological degradation, even though I expressed this, we are talking about Sri Lankan situation, this should be the common situation for all the countries, particularly poor countries, as even though there are conservation efforts and rules and regulations, exploitation is going on behind the canopy, right? So that is why it get converted to cryptic ecological degradation. Even though there are enough legislations, that is the situation. More mangroves should be selected and declared as conservations and should be conserved practically. So it may not be possible to conserve all the mangroves, but need to select at least some through proper studies. For that also, we need further studies. After mapping the mangroves, actually the first priority in Sri Lanka regarding mangroves now, the mapping the mangrove areas with ground truthing, identifying cryptic ecological degradation where it is. Then only we can identify areas and recommend this should be restored. If any NGO, if any company is willing to help in mangrove restoration, we can allocate some lot to restore them. But before that, as scientists, it's our duty to study the success of restoration efforts in cryptic ecological degraded areas, because already there are mangroves, not valuable mangroves. As I mentioned, in Exocaria agalocha, all the roots are spread over the surface. Then there is a cover on the surface of the soil. It could be very difficult to plant naturally get some other plants established. That is why we have to study the success of restoration efforts in those areas. So when we go for sustainable uses, finally I have to emphasize that actually when we go for sustainable uses, we have to introduce some uses, economic uses that can be practiced in mangrove communities without damaging the mangroves. So for that I searched the literature. So these are some of the patented mangrove food products. So people have, I mean, given the patent number and authorship and what are the patented products is given here. This is not 100% complete. There may be many other patents, especially food for food products. So this type of things can be used for mangrove restoration and conservation and restoration with sustainable use. These are the opportunities we use. Actually, we also have, in Sri Lanka also, we have a patent for to minimize the enzymatic browning of mangrove apple productions. So because it is not popular in some areas at least due to the fact that just after, I mean, within few minutes of the preparation of a fruit drink or any food product from Sonratia cacellaris, it gets browned and with slightly bitter taste. So we found a method to minimize enzymatic browning and got the patent for that. So Dr. Sanath Hettiarachchi is authored by that, owned by that patent. So, so in that way, we have to find a method to go for sustainable, I mean, conservation with sustainable uses. That is the that should be the main priority in Sri Lankan mangroves now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jayadisa, for your valuable and insightful keynote address. Finally, I would like to invite Professor Roshan Pereira, Conference Chair from the Department of Plant Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka, to kindly present the token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Senior Professor L.P. Jayadisa, Department of Life Sciences, Faculty of Life Science, NSBM Green University. Thank you very much, Professor Roshan. To conclude today's proceedings, I kindly invite Dr. Mihiri Senaviratna, Conference Secretary, Department of Plant Sciences, Faculty of Natural Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka, to deliver the vote of thanks.
So good afternoon. The chief guest, guest of honor, distinguished invitees, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee at the conclusion of this inaugural session, ICMS 2026. First, I extend my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Senior Professor PMC Tilakaratne, Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka, for his valuable support in organizing this event. Your leadership and vision added a tremendous value to the commencement of this conference. Thank you very much, sir. My heartfelt thanks goes to our guest of honor, Dr. R.D.S. Jayatunga, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka. Your esteemed presence today was truly honored us. My extent of sincere thanks to Professor Kathiresan Kandasamy, Conference Chair, and our esteemed keynote speaker for your insightful presentation and honoring us with your esteemed presence today. Thank you, sir. We are privileged to have with us our special guest, Professor Bijoy Nandan, Dean, Faculty of Marine Sciences, Cochin University Science and Technology, former Vice Chancellor, Kannur University, India. Your participation reflects the growing global commitment towards mangrove conservation, sustainability, and international cooperation. I also sincerely thank Professor L.P. Jayatissa, our distinguished keynote speaker, for your informative address, which greatly enhanced the scientific quality of this conference. Thank you, sir. My sincere gratitude goes to Professor Sanath Hettiarachchi, Chairman of National Aquatic Resources Research Development Agency, NARA, for your inspiring remarks. We are very much grateful to Senior Professor Shyama Veerakong, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, and Director of Research Unit at the Open University of Sri Lanka for your valuable guidance, support, active involvement throughout the planning, organizing of this conference. Thank you very much, Madam. I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Johan Mahagamage, Director, Center for Environmental Studies, Sustainable Development, and Conference Chair for his exceptional leadership, tireless efforts in the successful organizing the International Conference on Mangrove Sustainability for the 4th time. Despite numerous challenges, his unwavering commitment and vision have ensured the smooth organization and high standards of this important event today. I am grateful for conference chairs, Professor Sewandi Jayakodi and Professor Roshan Pereira for your invaluable support and guidance which made this conference successful. Special thanks goes to Ms. Dulmini Herat, our conference coordinator, for her tireless efforts in ensuring the smooth organization of this event. I gratefully acknowledge all the researchers who deliver plenary talks for their valuable contributions for this conference. And I sincerely thank all session chairs, co-chairs for their valuable support in moderating the sessions ahead. Special thanks to all presenting authors and co-authors joining from across Sri Lanka and around the world. Your rigorous research and innovative ideas have been essential in shaping the core of this conference. I extend my sincere gratitude to all reviewers for their constructive evaluations of the submitted abstracts. With your support, we are proud to publish 85 abstracts in the official ICMS 2026 proceedings. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the subject editors and language editors for their meticulous work in enhancing the quality of the abstracts. My sincere thanks to the CESS staff for their tireless work in compiling the conference proceeding book and facilitating the efficient management of this event. My sincere gratitude goes to the director Setmi and the media team for their excellent coverage and support, ensuring that this event reached a wide audience. We are equally grateful to the direct IT and the team for providing essential technical support. I sincerely appreciate the dedicated efforts of the printer and the press of the Open University of Sri Lanka for their efficiency in producing a quality conference proceeding book. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our collaborator, the Ministry of Environment and NBSAP Accelerator Partnership, for collaboration and financial support for making this event successful. Let me also recognize the gratitude, the support of our technical collaboration, NARA, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the general sponsors, Research and Education for the Environmental Foundation India, and Commercial Bank Sri Lanka, whose support has been vital in making this conference successful. I would like to thank the Assistant Director of the Colombo Regional Center and Curator of the Open University of Sri Lanka for their valuable support. And we thank the dancing team for their vibrant performances. Our sincere appreciation goes to the Water's Edge Hotel for providing an excellent venue and facilities, creating a comfortable and professional environment for all attendees. Finally, my heartfelt thanks goes to the wonderful compeers who guided today's proceedings with professionalism and grace. To all those who contributed, both on stage and behind the scenes, your hard work, dedication, and enthusiasm have been instrumental in making this event truly fruitful. We deeply appreciate every effort made to bring the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability, ICMS 2026, a success. Thank you very much and have a fruitful day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mihiri. We have few announcements to make. We cordially invite all the dignitaries for the lunch which is served outside in the lobby. We expect your presence by 1:45 for the panel discussion. I know it's a small amount of time, but since we are running out of time and we are behind the schedule, we are planning to start it by 1:45. And the technical sessions we are planning to start around 2:30, 2:45 p.m. So if any participant is interested in taking part on the workshop planned on the 24th or the field visit planned on the 25th, registrations are still open. You can scan the QR code given on your table. So with that, we formally conclude the inauguration ceremony of the 4th International Conference on Mangroves for Sustainability, ICMS 2026. As we close today's program, we wish you a safe journey and a pleasant day. Thank you once again, and we look forward to welcoming you at our upcoming sessions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon again. Yeah. So, good afternoon again, and I warmly welcome all the distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. So, hope everyone had a good lunch, and also I'm hoping that no one is going to have a little nap during the discussions. Yeah. So, I'm sure our panelists today will keep you awake because we have an outstanding panelist with us today. From the morning onwards, you all have been walking through the fascinating world of the mangroves, from understanding these remarkable ecosystems to restore the degraded landscapes, exploring the blue carbon, embracing emerging technologies, and also discussing a little bit on policies needed to safeguard these ecosystems. Being the title of this symposium, From Science to Action, Advancing Mangrove Sustainability Through Research, Policy and Innovation. So the real challenge is not just generating scientific knowledge. The real challenge is transforming the knowledge into practical actions that benefits both people and nature. That's where our panel is going to be discussed today. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists. First, I would like to invite Professor Kathiresan Kandasamy, Honorary Professor, Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamalai University, India. So please come to the stage. Our next panelist for the day, Professor K.R.S. Pereira, Professor and Head, Department of Plant Science, the Open University of Sri Lanka. The third panelist, Professor D.D.G.L. Dahanayaka, Professor in Zoology, the Open University of Sri Lanka. The fourth panelist, Dr. Manoj Prasanna, Project Coordinating Officer, Managing Together Project, Biodiversity Secretariat, Ministry of Environment. Next panelist, Professor Dr. S. Bijoy Nandan, Professor, Cochin University of Science and Technology, India. The next panelist is Ms. Ranoshi Siripala, Technical Advisor, NBSAP Accelerator Partnership. So again, I warmly welcome all the panelists for the discussion. I feel like everybody is sleeping. Why don't everybody give a round of applause before we start? Thank you very much. So to keep our discussion live, I thought of going for 2 rounds of discussions. So each one of panelists is requested to stay with the time for 3 minutes with their answers. So we can start a little bit putting the foundation about the science as the foundation for the conservation. So if I may start with Professor Kathiresan, you have been working on these mangroves for decades. So with that your experience, what are the most important scientific lessons that countries like Sri Lanka should adopt to ensure successful long-term mangrove restoration?
So good afternoon, all the people. Dr. Tinidhi asked you to clap hands. You know, there is a science behind it. There are 39 acupuncture points are present in your palm. When you are clapping, what happens? Your brain is activated. So I think there is a science. In every action, we have the science. Okay? But how to convert this science into action, that is the discussion. Answering the question is examination. Answering the question is examination. Questioning the answer is discussion. Questioning the answer is discussion. That we are going to have it now. She was asking with my vast experience, what are the 3 important aspects? So 3 number is not a good number for me. I can add more numbers also. Okay. So in that particular context, as I said in the morning, what is important is, number 1, protect the existing forests for natural regeneration and biodiversity conservation. So if you legally protect the existing mangrove forests, that is enough for natural regeneration and biodiversity conservation. Number 2, you know, the loss of mangroves in Sri Lanka is mainly due to hydrological problem. So we have to have the hydrological restoration by connecting the water channels to increase the restoration and the fishery resources. Number 3, what we have to do is, we should not do any massive plantation. Massive plantation should be avoided. Wherever the regeneration is not possible, difficult, then in that case, we can go for plantation. So the right species at the right place. So what is important? Ecological science. Ecological science plus community stewardship plus long-term monitoring. So if you combine these 3, ecological science, community stewardship plus long-term monitoring, I think that will result in the climate resilient mangrove restoration. So what is important is creating conditions for millions of seedlings to regenerate naturally. That is most important than plantation of millions of seedlings. This is my submission.
Thank you so much, sir. It's really interesting to hear about 3 components: ecological science, long-term monitoring, stewardship. I think that should be the way that we should plan our discussion today as well. So moving to Professor Pereira, so you are also a researcher. So you also you also have a better understanding about a lot of carbon storage in Sri Lanka. I think he was mentioning about monitoring. So the carbon storage is something very much connected to the monitoring. So how important is this scientific evidence in helping Sri Lanka to achieve its national climate commitments? And what more to do with the policymakers to understand about the blue carbon? What are your thoughts, sir?
Yes, thank you. And basically we conduct several research on carbon, how about the carbon sequestered or stored in mangrove ecosystems in Sri Lanka. Actually, we have found that average of 530 or 525 tons of carbon available in 1 hectare of mangroves. Actually, I have remembered that in Professor Kadiresan's presentation, he mentioned that more carbon available in the soil or substrate. In Sri Lanka also, same as that, nearly 300, average of nearly 350 tons of carbon available in mangrove soil. That is the average value. This value is very high in our wet zone and intermediate zone, and dry zone this value is something lower than that. The average is nearly 524 tons per hectare. That is also we publish in international journal. That value is we can't use for further activities or any policy decision making. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. So if I just move to Professor Dahanayaka, you have been working a lot on remote sensing AI. So it's not, nowadays, it's not just about field notebooks or the measuring tapes. We are moving to an AI world. So as per your understanding, how are these technologies transforming mangrove monitoring without these traditional ways of doing that, without doing the surveys, and what opportunities do they create to better conservation, better decision making?
Yeah, good afternoon. So actually, what we discussed earlier also, for example, conservation and sustainable use of mangroves, in terms of conservation and also protecting this environment, we should continuously monitor what is happening on these ecosystems, what are the threats and how it going to degrade. So accurate mapping and monitoring very much important. So usually we are conducting a traditional based survey techniques. There are several limitations. So for example, actually these mangrove environments are very challenging, and also we cannot easily accessible these environments. So therefore the space monitoring is very much important, and long-term monitoring also very much important. For example, in Sri Lanka there is a 3-decade civil conflict, so there are no ground data. So monitoring these ecosystems in a long-term basis, these kind of technological methods, for example GIS and remote sensing, very much important. So time and labor we can save these, and also real time we can monitor what are the encroachments, threats, not only coverage and mapping, so other aspects as well, for example canopy cover, carbon storage, and illegal encroachments, those kind of aspects also we can continuously monitor using these kind of technologies. So there are a lot of advantages. When we consider about Sri Lankan situation, actually most of the area less than 100-meter narrow strips we can, so there are other constraints also. So but the high resolution data are very much expensive, so but we can rely on low and mid resolution. And one thing I want to highlight, even though these kind of technologies are available, but we should the ground data is very much important for the validation, and field data also very much important, so we can combine both to monitor and conserve these valuable ecosystems.
Thank you, Professor Dahanayaka. Actually, we are now heading from, we started from ecological restoration importance, and then we talked about monitoring stewardship. So finally, all these ultimately not just research, it should influence the policies as well. If I just move to Dr. Manoj, so you were part of the Ministry of Environment and working as a government officer. So with your experience, what are the biggest challenges that you see in translating this scientific research into effective national policies and management actions for mangrove conservation?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Diniti, raising this question in this kind of international forum. I think the research is very important for the national policies. Without research findings, we can't make any policies, because the policies, the ultimate results goes to the community or the people. So we have to identify what are the issues, what are the benefits, and what kind of issues raising after that implementing the policies which we are making. So when we think about the mangroves, actually before 40 years or more back, no one talk about the mangroves. It's only municipalities and like this kind of people talk about how we dump off our garbage into the mangroves. So then with the researchers, with the help of the researchers, now it increase in very higher place than 40, 50 years back. So now the mangrove is considered everyone in the world as very important ecosystem. That is due to the researchers' effort in the last 50 years maybe. So, and we gain a lot of new things, new findings, sometimes of policy directives via research. But still, most of institute, the researchers as well as the policymakers are in separate places, or maybe the parallel paths. So that is the main barrier to get all the output of the researchers to make our policies or the other regulations. But in the case of mangrove conservation, once we start that mangrove conservation on the Ministry of Environment in around 2005, we also face same problem. There are a lot of research, not a lot of research at that time. It's very less research in 2005. It is difficult to find 5-6 abstract in the web. Now we can find, I think, more than millions of abstract or the full papers with a second. So that is again the improvement of the research. But in 2005, we tried to establish a mangrove policy for the country. At that time, we have a wetland conservation policy, but ministry thinks we need another policy for the mangrove conservation, because at that time we identified this is very important ecosystem. So we had that thought, but it is very difficult. So to overcome that, we have got success story behind that. We make we established actual mangrove expert committee. Up to 2015, we worked under the chairmanship of the Professor Jayatis as a voluntary group. So at that time we discussed, we make a roadmap how we can do the policy and what we can do, what we can get initiation for the mangrove conservation. Then after 2015, we established a National Mangrove Expert Committee containing all the researchers or the academia as well as government officials. So there's a very good forum, very good discussion. As the result of that, we make the world first mangrove conservation policy in Sri Lanka in 2019. So from there we take many policy decisions with collaboration of the researchers and the research finding. I think we overcome that, but still this problem in the field, because most of research they published in a very academic way, very high science, but when it goes to the public, it should be very lesser language, maybe mostly non-language, single or the Tamil. So this gap is still there, but always we try to work as a between the researchers and the community to interpret that research output to the how in a very easy way to understand in the community. So this is another effect of our ministry. I think this is enough. I think no more time to explain more than that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manoj, for that detailing. What's the real gap with this research and why it's not coming to the practitioner levels and for the policy? So just with looking at ecosystem services, Professor Bijoy, you are also a lot of engaged lot with the mangrove related work and policy related work. So if we just consider these ecosystem services provided by mangrove, according to you, which do you believe that deserves for greater recognition in policy and management, and why it is that?
Okay, Diniti, great. Good evening to all of you. It's been great to be part of the ICMS panel discussion. Very interesting. Now, the larger question of what is the most important policy decision which has to come from the mangrove protection and mangrove conservation, I would say over and above maintain your mangrove ecosystems well. Otherwise, use the mangrove ecosystems wisely, because wise use of mangroves and its ecosystem services of paramount. Because if there is a loss in the mangroves, how much you restore, you cannot get the natural habitat. how much of new technologies you intervene. So maintain your ecosystem, your blue carbon, your sequestration, the export of carbon. You see, your fisheries and your organisms are structured mainly because of the carbon export. And how much of carbon, the gallons and tons of carbon is exported to the ecosystem. So maintain your ecosystem resilience, maintain your ecosystem character. That's primary. Second policy you should come as maintain your water quality. Because oxygen, I was just going through one of very, very important papers recently. The loss of oxygen is driving the world ecosystems into barren, anaerobic or anoxic ecosystems. And please understand that oxygen-less environments, because mangrove ecosystem can sustain to anaerobic systems to a certain extent, but loss there is depriving them of their sequestration abilities. So the above ground, below ground carbon which is stored is going to really structure not only the mangrove systems, the huge lot of coastal and the larger ocean systems. Maintain it. So food security and fisheries is going to be sustained because you have almost 50 to 100 kilogram of fish produced kilogram per year per kilogram from mangroves alone, 50 to 100. Or probably 100 to 200 kilos in some localities. And you have a lot of benthic feeders, benthic, I would say clams and bivalves, which is nurturing and structuring the mangrove roots and sustaining and forming a very important 4.1 million small-scale fisheries depending on the mangroves. So sustain the fishery, sustain your productivity. So that's primary. Then third important aspect is maintain these ecosystems from the onslaught of pollution, especially from microplastics, large quantities of emerging compounds. These are all destroying the mangrove habitats because mangroves uptake a lot of heavy metals. Mangrove uptake a lot of emerging compounds, a lot of polyvinyl compounds, a lot of compounds which are emerging, which is triclosan and so many things, and it's getting detected in many of the mangrove and related areas of research. So my primary appeal to this community, this particular mangrovers globally and with this community also, I would say that your policy should be framed in such a way that your blue carbon, your hydrodynamic system of the mangroves are maintained. Your food security is maintained for maintaining the fishery resources, maintaining the health of the ecosystem, maintaining the water quality should be the primary. New technologies can be used. New technologies should be reinvented, merging with the traditional knowledge so that the sustainability and policy developments linking with the larger community. I would say the local schools, local communities, the fisher folks, the government agencies, and so many international NGOs have to be linked to sustain this globally because very recently we are revived, we are growing in mangroves. 50% growth is there in 25 report, I think UNEP or UNDP, I heard there is almost a growth or enhancement in the mangrove cover globally. It's very interesting. 15 million hectares globally, there is a coverage of mangroves. This is growing and it's a very good sign. So this is the effort of policy and the interventions and the support that carries on. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bijoy. You came up with an interesting ending and also mentioning the international NGOs, how they have to work. So moving to Ms. Ranoshi, you are not just working with the government, but you are also representing the development sector. So I think you will be having different thoughts. We were talking a lot about blue carbons, the numbers, figures, how we can make those used for the the decision making and also for the monitoring aspects, and then how we are using the AI and the remote sensing. So all where we are talking. So it's not just that when it comes to the development sector. So what are your thoughts on what we should do in Sri Lanka more to position the mangrove conservation?
Thank you very much, Diniti, for the question, and good afternoon to you all. So when it comes to think about what we have to do more as a country, I would like to focus on 3 key areas again. First thing is there should be a policy coherence. There are a lot of policies in different aspects. Still, we need to align all these, the policies. In the Sri Lankan context, I would like to say we are talking about mangroves from different perspectives related to the NDCs and also the National Adaptation Plan, and also we have a National Environmental Action Plan, at the same time the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. At the same time, as Dr. Manoj explained, we have different policies. We have an upcoming biodiversity policy, the mangrove policy is also already there. So when we analyze this policy landscape related to the mangroves, so always we have to think about the proper alignment, whether the aspects of the NDCs are compatible with the actions prescribed in the NBSAP's kind of alignment. And also, I would like to say the need of proper spatial planning, that is mandatory. Because most of the time in the country, the mangrove restoration and the blue carbon aspects and everything go as the site scale. But we need to have a national approach for these. Actually, the Global Biodiversity Framework, Kunming-Montreal framework, has identified its first target as biodiversity inclusive spatial planning. So if we can go for considering all these mangroves and the green and blue spaces as the infrastructure, natural infrastructure, instead of thinking these are the conservation sites, and if we can go for spatial planning and to understand at where we, what our degraded lands, at where we need restoration, at where we are going for the carbon sequestration, capacity improvement kind of activities and all, we have to have a national spatial plan developed incorporating all these aspects together with the national physical planning. And thirdly, most importantly, we have to go for financing. We have to go for innovative financing approaches. At the moment, again, Sri Lanka is developing our biodiversity finance plan. It is supported by UNDP GEF 8 program. We have to have think about what are the innovative or the financing modes compatible and suitable to be implemented, not only to discuss, also to practically to develop the bankable projects out of all these carbon storage capacity and the mangrove ecosystems. Yes.
Thank you, Ranushi. You actually highlighted it's not just the science that provides the foundation for this. So definitely we need to think about the innovative financing, new technology, capacity improvements, and the practical actions are more required for this type of engagement and to see the effective management. So I think that brings us to a second round of discussion. If we just move to discuss more about research and the innovation, and also how we can use new technology into the decision making. With that, if I start again with Professor Kathiresan, in the previous discussion, Professor Pereira was mentioning about the blue carbon and figures. So blue carbon has become central to the international climate discussions. So how can this scientific evidence on mangrove carbon sequestration be translated into practical climate actions, and also for the sustainable financing mechanisms which actually genuinely supporting the conservations on the ground?
Rosen Pereira was mentioning that Sri Lanka 525 tons of carbon stored in 1 hectare area. So convert this into carbon dioxide equivalent. How much of atmospheric carbon dioxide is stored in mangroves in 1 hectare area? If you calculate, it comes around 2,000 tons of carbon dioxide. So 2,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent is stored in 1 hectare of mangrove forest. 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent is equal to 1 carbon credit. If one carbon credit is sold for 20 US dollars, so in your country, 2000 ton per hectare carbon dioxide equivalent is stored. That means every hectare of mangrove forest in this country can earn 40,000 US dollars. 40,000 US dollars. What is necessary is we need to have the meticulous data on carbon sequestration and carbon stock of this country. Because the carbon is influenced by so many factors. For example, during summer, the level of carbon is lower. So therefore, we need a meticulous data for the whole country. And how this carbon storage varies with the lagoon system, estuarine system, deltoid system. So like that, you must have the complete coverage. If you have the meticulous data in which, the modern technology can play a vital role to provide the accurate and meticulous data. So if you have such data, then we can do wonders. In the international market, it can be sold, and the government of Sri Lanka can take initiative, the mechanism of getting money for mangroves, and this money can be used for the welfare of the people. That is important.
Thank you so much, Professor Kathiresan. So that actually drive me to Professor Dahanayaka first. Even in Ranushi's thoughts, she was mentioning proper spatial planning is required. It's not just the site level. Always we have to do it in a seascape or a landscape base. So that's something we are lacking in most of our countries. And it is what important for the national system as well. And then Professor Kathiresan also mentioned the meticulous database. So modern technology integration for that data collection. So you've been in AI and using a lot of remote sensing, and world is fastly moving with all those things. So again, in your previous also you mentioned how the artificial intelligence growing to the power of advanced technology. So beyond this producing maps, how satellites derived information and AI help integrate the ecological and economic values into the natural capital accounting and support the science-based investments decisions. Especially if you can talk about a little bit on the bankability. How can we build the bankability within the conservation aspects?
Yeah, well, let me explain first. Actually, I forgot previously mentioned that marine spatial planning part. So it is very much important, and Sri Lanka working towards that one. A lot of funding also came. In Sri Lanka, actually, the main constraint, different institutes have different mandates. They are focusing on different users in the coastal environments, but when the conservation and sustainable utilization of these resources, we should have proper planning of the coastal area. So in terms of that one, the remote sensing and GIS is very much important. Properly plan what are the users and minimize the conflicts. For example, in certain institutes, focusing on the conservation aspects, marine protected areas, and also fisheries ministry focused on fishery grounds and also mariculture activities. So there are time to time conflicts, these different mandates. So we can minimize using these kind of things to increase the economic gain in the coastal belt and enhance fisheries as well as tourism industries. In addition to that, actually, under UNFCCC, we are committed under the Paris Agreement. There are certain national determined contributions. One of the key area related to mangrove is we are committed to increase 10,000 hectare by 2030. So these also mandate requirement what government face at the moment to give that progress. We should work on that aspects as well. And also, when we considering the economic benefits and convert these environment for a carbon trading and other aspects, so proper monitoring and also claiming aspects, we should properly mapping and also demarcate what are the mangrove areas, very much essential. So to that one, AI and also AI, actually AI not alone in other fields, this field also there are a lot of applications, satellite images, drone images, and combined with the field data, we should apply AI in a different aspects to monitor these ecosystems. So, but we do not rely on totally on the AI, but the traditional knowledge and also ground data are very much important. So valuation aspects, these technologies we can use very effectively and very fastly we can use these technologies rather than traditional methods, so that the area demarcation and exact extent analysis, these tools very much important. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dahanayaka. So, moving from this technology, remote sensing, if we wanted to like consider more indicators for the mangroves restoration. So, if I ask Professor Pereira, so in your previous thoughts, you mentioned about the carbon stocks. So likewise, and also we heard from Professor Dahanayaka about how we can use the satellite imagery for the monitoring. Apart from those, considering the ecological perspective, what other indicators should we prioritize when assessing the long-term health and resilience of the mangrove ecosystems?
Actually, when we are maintaining this ecosystem in very healthy conditions, the hydrology is most important things. Hydrology is most important part, and when we are replanting or re-establish in previous damaged or destructed mangrove areas, the most important thing is natural hydrology we have to re-establish. And then actually the mangrove will grow alone, not with special treatment and other things. And naturally, when you are selecting these species, the most suitable species will establish there. Actually, some of these requirements we don't know. We don't know scientifically, we don't know what are the most important requirements for that each and every species. These species, they naturally selected. We have to provide that natural hydrology systems and all those things. The mangrove will grow their own rate and own locations. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Pereira. So if I move to Dr. Manoj, you are practicing right now mangrove restoration in Mana area. So you've been working with the Managing Together project, which is also promoting collaborative management in a landscape scale. So we were discussing previously, it's not the site specific, it should be landscape or a seascape. So with the Managing Together project, how these approaches strengthen community stewardship of mangroves? And what are the lessons should future conservation programs build upon?
Yeah, actually, under the Managing Together project, we selected some area for the mangrove restoration. Actually, the degraded mangrove area, the area was around 20 hectares, but still part of that area, mangrove, two species of Abyssinia and some luminexera were there. That location we selected with the Department of Forest and with the technical support from the IUCN, and there was a team to select that land. So the main objective was, before 4 years back, to restore and conserve that area as a iconic mangrove conservation plot. So for that, as Dr. Roshan mentioned, we select the area, then we identified the natural hydrological system before few years back. So with that, we able to make some trenches to bring water from the natural mangrove area, and we make the that land plot for suitable to mangrove planting. And then again we make the nurseries with the forest department and contributing with the community peoples for that nursery activities. Because that land under the forest department, and this most of activities done by the forest department, the community engagement is very less in that iconic place. But we start another nursery with the community to restore some selected areas in Mana. So that there's a lot of experience gained that practice with the community, because they don't have much idea about the mangrove conservation. They just see about the mangroves. They use mangroves for the fishing, and there are some collecting firewood and for some other activities. But at the moment they don't have concrete idea about how to conserve this ecosystem. So with that, some awareness program, training program, we able to give that idea. They should conserve that mangroves. Then mangrove should protect the community livelihoods and their life. So now we are in fourth year of that project, and the ending with this August. The mangrove restoration is not 100% success, but it partially success. In future, I think, as Professor Roshan explained, with that soil condition, we can be able to think maybe within 2-3 years later, it will recover all the mangrove area, maybe 20 hectares as we plan. So that is the mangrove restoration part under the Managing Together project. The Managing Together project is, there are mainly 3 objectives. One is tourism, forestry and agriculture. That mangrove conservation part we done under the forestry part. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving some examples from an ongoing project. So you also mentioned like how hard it is to do a restoration. What are the challenges? So if I just ask Professor Bijoy, so from your regional experience, what are the greatest threats facing the mangrove biodiversity, and where should scientific research focus more to get better results for these threats?
A great question. You see, I just get back to my earlier comments and link to this. The greatest issue with mangroves and related systems face is basically from climate change. Climate change is directly, indirectly affecting the food security, the livelihood, and the existence of mangroves and related ecosystems. So the ecosystem vibrancy, the ecosystem sustainability, and the sustenance of long-term mangroves for conservation and its wise use depends on how you manage your environment and how you manage your climate. Because you see, the carbon alone, if you are just playing with your carbon, if you just boil your carbon, your blue carbon is the essence. Because if you start releasing your partial carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, because it is the same carbon dioxide which spins off as nitrous oxide, then you see nitrous oxide. Then also it diverts to methane. See, all lead to greenhouse gas effect. And the intensity of this ultimately leads to climate change. What is my experience if you see, India is facing multiple threats of all these in almost several areas of, if you look about 50,000 hectares of mangroves we have in India. If you have, I will just take you to an example what I have intensely looked in as a policy statement, as the policy outlook in Maldives. The country faced the largest die-off of mangroves of Bruguiera cylindrica, and they had the greatest problem, and which we resolved. And they had the multiple issues of hydrological changes, modification in the coastal wetlands, and the entire disease threat, because many of the mangroves were even facing fungal threats, protozoan threats, and so many kinds of fungal and affecting. But over and above all these, the Bruguiera cylindrica mass die-off And if you look at something like a big patch, if you have a remote sensing drone image of the whole of islands of Maldives, you see the big patch of die-off happened of Bruguera cylindrica. The entire cylindrica just died off. And the main reason came down mainly to the multiple issue of triple La Nina merged with local hydrological conditions, salinity changes. So how you manage your environment, how you manage your salinity, how you manage your hydrological condition, and how you manage your carbon storage. Because you have radiometric methods. I think you have wonderful remote sensing tools are there, sensors are there, which can directly, now we have data, I think as a policy itself, blue carbon should come as a policy of all mangroves. It's very, very important. What is blue carbon? Because you are now going into a stage of carbon trading and carbon offsetting. And that is getting linked to, see, 50 carbon, you're going to, as an offset, you're going to be credited and you're going to get a money for that. See, you're going to get money value for your carbon, which you have saved. Just as Professor Kadireshan just told, you're going to save so much of your carbon dioxide and so much is stored. So the huge ecosystem of mangroves sinks as carbon has to be protected. And tomorrow, as Open University of Sri Lanka, how much of carbon it is offsetting? From that, you're going to get a money value as a policy. Dr. Manoj will initiate for that. This is the kind of trending and this is the kind of modification which science has to bring. The science-based policy changes have to implement to grassroots for livelihood management and mangrove management to a larger extent. So I would say the larger context will be maintain your environment, maintain the water flow, maintain the hydrological conditions. Otherwise, the mass die-off which we faced in Bruguera cylindrica, and you will have succession of so many mangrove, and the same species cannot survive again. And the local people, the local fishermen, the local community says that the Bruguera cylindrica, because they make boats, they make the propagules are fried and eaten, their tasty food, everything is gone. So they're not able to get back. The same place Abyssinia marina has taken over. The same place Hennessy has taken over. Same place other species. Now the soil has changed, the carbon has changed, everything, the environment has changed. So the community is suffering. So everywhere you need to come out with carbon maps. Maps are available. You can have through the super excellent drone and the remote sensing radio, geospatial radiometry methods are there. You can put probes, you can measure directly. Above by below ground Koyama methods and all that's traditional methods. You can have AI methods and it is mapped for Mexico, it is mapped for Latin America, and many countries you can get online. Many of the carbon, blue carbon stocks and emission and how much is going to be lost and everything is available. So my point at the end, I would say climate change, manage it well. Climate change, carbon, linked to food security, linked to your water quality, your oxygen and coastal endurance and sustainability is larger buzzword. So otherwise, mangrove will not carry ahead, but I'm sure with all the combined effort by policymakers and the governments and universities and a lot of NGOs and the common man alike and the common fisherman, we are able to sustain and we are able to arrest the eroding and the degrading mangrove ecosystems globally and regionally to a large extent.
Thank you very much, Professor Bijoy. So if I just move to Ranoshi, we are also running out of time, so I'm quickly moving. So you are also working with Sri Lanka's updated biodiversity agenda. So what are the most critical research gaps that still we need to address in terms of evidence-based policies, sustainable financing, and also for the successful implementation of the NBSAP and also the biodiversity targets? What are your thoughts?
Yes, actually the Ministry of Environment has identified as formulating a national research agenda will help for the environmental sector to mainstream this the research and academic sector towards the fulfillment of their mandates and duties. So there, the ministry has worked to identify the priority research needs of all the institutes under the Ministry of Environment. There are several institutes under it, including the Coast Conservation, Central Environmental Authority, and there are other divisions within the ministry as well. So after consolidating all these research needs together with the research requirements for NDCs, NAP, and again for the NEEP and NBSAP, we finally came across about 750 research requirements. That is the research demand side. So at present we are analyzing the research supply side as well, because we have several academic institutes who do the research related to the environment, and also there are state institutes, specific research institutes as well. So now we have to identify the research sector gaps as well. What are the gaps there to, like, meet the demand of all these research data users, and also what is the gap there. Actually, this is a long-term process, and as you asked, if we focus on the main, the gap areas, actually there were the research requirements expanding in 24 key areas, from species to ecosystems to valuation, and there are a lot of, to find out the biodiversity, climate nexus. And most importantly, the majority of the research requirements is about the community-related activities, effectiveness of communication and awareness kind of aspects and things like that. Still, we are finalizing the research agenda, and I hope we can have another forum like this to communicate these national research priorities with the academic sector in near future.
Thank you very much. So, if we move for the audience, I can give opportunity for 1 or 2 questions from audience for our panelists here with today. Any questions? Okay, we have one question.
Thank you very much. So this is regarding practical applicability. So now we have different policies developed by the ministries. So one policy on mangrove conservation and so on and so forth. Now we are shifting to another dimension of AI. So may I ask how this AI shall be incorporated into the policy development to future implementing a sustainable management or conservation, if anything, please.
I think many government has come out with policy. They have included if radiometry is there, and all these are integrated. See, whatever comes through research, all these are part of research. The radio spectrometry is now integrated for measuring all the carbon through sensors. Similarly, LIDAR is used. Similarly, your drone is used to measure all your area and map the reclamation, remodification, everything easy. Very quick sensors are there. Everything is integrated into our policy. Now, government has initiated, every government of India or government of Maldives, whichever federal governments are there, they have integrated. Now, policies have come. Only thing, what kind of AI and ML tools, generative, should be people-friendly, the tools should be right, it should be in the proper, the rights and proper make and proper authorities should be there. These are the only guidelines. You can integrate, and now everything is going to be machine learning. Even wherever you sit, it's getting. So I don't think there will be any difficulty from the government side for that. But integrating this to traditionality without losing the traditional integrity, that should not be lost. That's my great, because you're moving fast to technologies and the world of robotics and the world of technology driven. Because radiometry, you will easily be able to get and map all your carbon through sensors. Just like you are measuring your sea level rise. Sea level rise, you have all sensors all across your coastal. So sensors will map, and your wherever 0.5, 0.2, 0.2 degree, you will be easily, it will measure, and it's all mapped. So like that, your mangrove is also changing. Each habitats and ecosystems have to change, and it is modified, and it has to be technology driven. That is natural, but without losing the traditionality. Even your mangrove species mapping, eDNA, the organisms associated, everything is modifying. So all that are technology driven, and it's integrated time and again to your governmental orders and governmental agencies. So that is not going to have a difficulty. I think the right way you have to use, no misuse. That's it.
In India, natural colonization is outperforming the plantation program. Understand? Natural colonization is taking place. Like that, do you have any data for the natural colonization of mangroves in Sri Lanka, site-wise data? That is very much required. If the natural colonization is there, just to protect it enough.
Yeah, because
if the natural colonization is poor, then you can go for hydrological restoration and things like that.
It will change the
If the
succession.
natural regeneration is extremely poor, then you can go for plantation work. For monitoring this modern technology is required.
Yes.
How much is the natural colonization? We have to have data. Do you have data?
Yes.
Natural colonization. That is important.
That's a very important point. That's
natural colonization is a very important point. We need data.
The same thing we found in Maldives. It's a natural colonization of Bulgaria. And once you are losing the succession and the natural based on this trend, you are losing, and tomorrow after 15 years, it is replaced by other. That's why I said Hennessy is going to replace. So that natural ecosystem, that should be demarked, and that you should have registers and repositories with the government and the wildlife or forest department or whatever it is. These agencies should have a natural repository, because otherwise tomorrow, after 20 years, the entire area you are having a set of different, it is succession of species is very important. Succession of communities is very important. And that is going to determine the growth and the community diversity. Otherwise, it will have a larger repercussion on the whole ecosystem. Because it will shrink your diversity, it will shrink the dominance of certain species will come. The overall diversity will also be affected. And the richness of communities also will be affected.
Thank you very much. So since we are running out of time, I may need to quickly wrap up the sessions. Anyhow, finally you both brought the session into a very interesting end. Natural colonization. What are the right decisions for us to make during the mangrove conservation? From the beginning, you were all talking about where should we grow, when to grow, how we have to do the hydrological assessments, and then again whether it's to protect, whether it's regenerating, whether it's replanting. So understanding the differences between these words and doing correct thing in the conservation is the most important point. So as we come towards the end of our discussion, I just like for us to look ahead. So it's not just the science is advancing, but the technologies also are evolving, improving, and the policies are evolving. And now the question we have is, what must we do differently over the next decade to ensure mangrove conservation truly succeeds? So as the final thoughts from our panelists, if I may just ask you just one single point, just even one word to mention what can be done differently within next decades to conserve our mangroves.
Actually, the first thing is we have to protect our existing mangroves. Existing mangroves we have to protect and allow to colonize naturally in other areas, other possible areas. Okay.
So what is important is economic valuation. Say for example, Global Mangrove Alliance, it has the target of 15 million hectare restoration by 2030. the cost involved is $4 billion US dollars. $4 billion US dollars required for 15 million hectare of mangrove restoration. You know what is the economic benefit? It is worked out by GMA, that is Global Mangrove Alliance, 700 billion US dollars in terms of carbon sequestration, in terms of fishery resources and coastal protection. So what I mean to say is, we need the economic valuation. Whatever program on mangroves you do, please make an economic valuation so that you can convince the policymakers. You can convince the policymakers. In addition, Global Mangrove Alliance says we can develop honey, mangrove honey, and ecotourism, sustainable aquaculture, medicines, and nutraceutical values, then food and drinks. So if you can diversify the livelihood, you know, associated with the mangroves, we can improve the economic potential of mangrove ecosystems and the people and the benefit of the country ultimately.
As Professor Rosan explained, we need to conserve existing mangrove, and after that we need to do some species recovery. I think Professor Kathiresan also mentioned that, because 50% of mangroves are under threat in our country. So I think rather than that large-scale mangrove restoration program, it's better to go to species recovery programs for the threatened species.
I also would like to add a few things. During morning session, Professor Kathiresan clearly mentioned Sri Lanka is the first country that legally protect all the mangroves. So we have a commitment and also global responsibility towards conservation of these valuable ecosystems. So what I want to highlight, so we should use these kind of technological aspects more frequently, more towards these conservation aspects. At the moment, where we are in Sri Lanka, a lot of constraints because the high resolution data is very much expensive, and also skilled persons, lack of the skilled persons, and even we are in the tropical region, so cloud cover is very much high. So within these constraints, the gaps, limitations, still we have a lot of potential to move toward these kind of aspects in the conservation and also continuous monitoring, long-term monitoring aspects. Yeah.
Okay, yes, I'll just sum up that mangroves provide immense provisional, economic, ecological value to the larger marine ecosystems. So it's very important to conserve and protect it for the livelihood. So it's over and above, mangroves should be declared as a most important entity, and wherever mangroves there's a possibility for restoring, restore it and provide the economic value and importance to the marine ecosystem. That's my word for it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I second all the opinions of this extreme experts, and I would like to add one more point into that, because when we consider these mangrove ecosystems as natural infrastructure, actually there are a lot of stakeholders of it. So because it gives a wide variety of ecosystem services, lot of livelihoods and everything. So they have their own different, the expectations and the strategies to use all these, the mangrove ecosystems. We are conservationists, we are looking into it from another angle, and there might be other users have different interests. So it is really important to understand all of our interests on these mangrove ecosystems and to find out what are the thresholds of each of these in the expectations to ensure the sustainability of these precise ecosystems.
Thank you very much. If I quickly sum up what came up from the key takeaways from our discussion today. We started with mentioning about 3 important points related to mangrove conservation, ecological restoration, monitoring, and stewardship. Actually, sir, that brought us the base for the discussion today. So from there, everybody keep continuing highlighting, planting the right species, in right place, and at the end also mention the difference between protection, regeneration, and also planting. So those are very much important. And then what indicators to be looking to. So keep everybody mostly mentioned about the importance of hydrology, water quality measurements. So that's also kind of important. And then we move for a little bit on policy. So it was also mentioned about the policy coherence and need of proper alignment aspects with the national determined contributions and the compatibility with the national policies. And also especially the importance of spatial plan, what technologies can be used for that. And then also highlighted about the importance of marine spatial plan rather than just looking into a site-specific, how we can move forward with a landscape or a seascape level approach using this type of technologies, remote sensing abilities. So, and then we were also talking about the ecosystem services and what can be done on these mangroves and blue carbon. And also finally, we got a very important point, economic valuations. That's where the global expectation is. So, for example, you mentioned about sustainable tourism. Actually, for me, if I just had one thought, to bridge the gap between sustainable tourism and the regenerative tourism, definitely we need conservation aspects as well. So I think it's a good ending. So it's time for us to think how we can wisely use this knowledge on AI, remote sensing, and a lot of available tools are there, how we can do the proper economic valuations, and how we can have meaningful decision making for the mangrove conservation to do it in a right way, effective way in future. Thank you very much. With that note, for all our panelists joined us today to have this meaningful discussion and sharing your thoughts. Thank you again, everyone. On behalf of the organizers, I once again thank you, our distinguished panelists, and also I thank you, all of you, for your active participation throughout the session. I wish you a pleasant and successful remainder of the International Mangrove Symposium of the Open University. Thank you very much.